afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Invitational hosted by NetEase Games. I'm your host, Renee. Finally, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to go to the grand final. And now's the time for the most eagerly awaited part. 15 teams from South Asia are going to fight for the 15,000 US dollar prize pool. And the exciting part is now coming. First of all, thanks to our official payment partner Unipin. Hundreds of US dollar worth of Unipin credits will be sent out during today's live stream and just share the post. We also have live on video, EGG Network, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. Don't forget to check out our Top Clans official Facebook channel for the shared events. Special thanks to our local livestream partner InfoFed, qualifier partner TNC Events. So in yesterday's matches, we witnessed that 1 against 4 situation happened at least several times in one match, and these single players headed to the danger zone without fear and have no fear of everything that comes upon to them. All I can say is that this kind of fearless not only means they've got a cool, calm mind, but also means that they could adapt to the changes in the battlefield promptly, and they possess the ability of making this passionate judgment. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to our casters. So, in yesterday's matches, we've seen many tactics and strategies that made by all these players and gives us a wonderful performance of themselves and in their gun skills and their map awareness. So I believe today's matches will be even more fascinating. And so in yesterday's matches, there's several situations happen, but we also controlled it very well. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to our casters. Hi guys! Hi Nikki,
Renee.
hi James, how are you guys doing?
We're good.
Okay, today is the grand final, so I still have a question, which is, I was still wondering, how are you guys play this game for? James?
Yes, I've been playing Rules of Survival since season 0. And it's been quite a long time since I really played Rules of Survival. And my favorite gun is, before was really AKM, but right now I prefer any type of ARs in game.
How about Nikki?
Hi Renee, hi James, and survivors. I've been playing Rules of Survival again, like James, since season 0, and I've been hosting custom games as well. My favorite gun would be AR and SMG, simply because I cannot perform well with sniper rifles, and specifically I like AN-94 and PP-19.
Okay, thank you guys. Now let's have our casters lead the audience enjoy today's game.
And hello survivors, welcome to the Top Clans Rules of Survival Winter Stage Invitational, and for today we will be having the Grand Finals Day 1. And that is gonna be today, December 11. We're done with the wildcard finals last December 8. And on December 9, we're done with the PH finals. Yesterday, we held the semi-finals. And today, it's gonna be the first day for the grand finals, and tomorrow as well. So this is a 2-day event for the grand finals. We've already finalized the top 15 teams to be playing for our grand finals, James.
Yes, and this is a tough week for our teams right here, especially for the ones here in the grand finals, because they've been playing all week long. And let's take a quick recap of our point system here in this tournament, because we've been doing this all week long. And for placement points, of course, we have for the rank 1 of each round, we have 15 points, followed by second place we have 12 points, third place will have 10 points, fourth place will have 9, fifth place will have 8, sixth place will have 7, and so on and so forth. And we also have 1 point per kill, capping out at 11 points, so you can get a maximum of 26 points per team in each round.
Yes, James. And each of these teams, they want to have a lot of scores because they're aiming for the total prize pool of $15,000 for our grand finals winners. It will be divided into five places. For the first place, they will get 5,000 USD. For the second place, they will get 3,000 USD. For the third place, they will get 2,000 USD. For the fourth place, they will get 1,500 USD. And finally, for the fifth place, they will get $500. So if you're part of the 15 teams aiming for honor and glory, you might want to really perform really, really well as the prize pool do not disappoint.
And yes, we have a whopping prize pool of $15,000. But our viewers can join in on the action as well because during each match, questions about ROS will pop up in the comment section. Audiences can comment the right answers in FB live chat for a chance to win rewards. The lucky winners will Knife, Sakura Set Pack, Barret Simple Tech, Fly's Water Gravekeeper Pack, Healer, Mech Skeleton, and Unipin credit points. So there are a lot of prizes to be won here in Top Clans Winter Invitational. And looking at the rewards pool here, Nikki, what do you
Mhm.
prefer to get?
Actually, like what you said yesterday, you want
Mobile
them all.
Legends.
If I can be given the chance, I would definitely want to have them all. I've watched yesterday's live stream event, and it was really fun. We're seeing a lot of engagements coming from the viewers. And I know everyone's just so excited for today, James. This is gonna be the day one. This is a 2-day grand final event for the Top Class Winter Stage Invitationals. We're now down to the grand finals. This is the day wherein the teams will have a chance to get a lot of points as much as possible in order for them to James, where you are. Okay, in order for
Uh,
them to be part or of the top five, because you want to have something of that prize pool. But for now, this is the team info, James.
Yes, like what was announced last night, we had a change of teams actually participating here in the grand finals because after extensive investigation by the Rules of Survival anti-cheating team and of course by top clans themselves, um, several teams have been violating some rules here in our tournament. So the teams that will be playing here in our grand finals will be For Valiant Men, Bitter, For Us is Fake Main, Born to Win, Elite Eho, Juggernaut, Just for Fun, and that's only the eight teams from the 15 that are playing, joined by Mao XRSB, PFN Colossians, Terror Pro Max, Tyrant, Row for Asia, Sentinel, and Santino PH.
Yes, these are the top 15 teams that will be advancing and playing for our grand finals. Again, this is a 2-day event. This is just the first day. They still have a chance for tomorrow, but it's actually a no-brainer to gather as much points as they can for our day number one, because it definitely sets a good pace and of course a good footing in our tournament. We are about to conclude the tournament. It has been 5 days. This is the fourth day. We're about to approach the conclusion of the Winter Stage Invitational. And as it gets near, as we draw near to the conclusion, it's not just a battle of strategies, teamwork, and wits, but also endurance and how the players are still playing right now despite all the stressors and everything. We are about to go to the finish line of our event.
Yes, it is the day one of the grand finals, and I know our teams are really hungry for that whopping prize pool there that we actually announced earlier. And this is going to be a 2-day grand final. So we have a total of 12 rounds. For each day, we have 6 rounds each. For today, we'll be playing 6 rounds here in our grand finals. Of course, all of them will be played by still the same 15 teams that are currently in our currently in the lineup. So yeah, Nikki, coming in to the grand finals, we've seen how these teams perform. We
Mm-hmm.
know how they can actually push up their game if they needed to. If they needed to get more kills, they needed to get more placement points. So what are your expectations coming in to round the one or to the grand finals itself?
Is probably I'm gonna lean in towards the consistency of those team who really showed us how consistent they had been playing since the start of the week. And I might be leaning towards is fake if not elite Eho. Since this team I've seen not just the um, chemistry, teamwork, and strategy that they've been implementing, but also the consistency and discipline that they've been using all throughout the matches for each day. It has been like 6 matches for each day, but it is the consistency of each team that matters. How about you, James? What are your speculations or expectations for our matches for today?
Well, because this is going to be a 2-day grand finals, I'm expecting a lot of fatigue coming from our players because they're gonna play for 2 days straight, and
Mhm.
the mental prowess that they need to actually have in order for them to not get too stressed in every situation, to always play at their best and to keep it at a high level every time they play or enter around in the game. This is going to be hard for our players. So yeah, like what you said earlier, Nikki, I'm expecting a lot of consistency from our players because there's a reason why they are here. They've been playing all week long. And we are about to conclude our winter stage invitational. And this is going to be a 2-day grand finals, 12 grueling rounds against each other. So I'm expecting a lot of high level gameplay as well coming from these teams.
Mm-hmm. But speaking of that, may I just ask any teams that really caught your attention moving towards the grand finals? Any teams that you think will kind of bag a match or wipe or simply get a victor in our matches for today? Any team, just any team.
Yeah, well, looking at the teams right now currently, I'm leaning more towards Santino PH and SFake Main because they and Elite Iho as well because they've been approving left and right how they can perform in the game. But for today's matchup, Nikki, of course, we'll be playing all 6 rounds here in Gili Island, starting here at the grand finals. So one match one at 30 o'clock GMT plus 8. So our players are just getting ready, getting all warmed up for the first match here in our grand finals, Nikki.
Yes, and for the viewers, if you just tuned in, survivors, here are the match up for today. This is gonna be 6 rounds, 6 matches, all in Gili Island. Schedule are as follows: 1300 for match one, match two. We will be having that on 1350. 1440 is the match 3 for match 4. We will be having that at 1530, match 6 at 1620. And finally, the last match for this evening or for today is at 1710, all at GMT plus 8. So we're actually expecting viewers and survivors to hang on until the last match for this evening for today because it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be amazing. We will be having the gift code flash on the screens, and you will be experiencing how top players play at Gili Island for this grand finals.
Yes, as we are about to land on Tikili Island, Nikki, this is the first round of the grand finals. Now I'm getting hyped up just seeing them land here in Gili Island, because this is going to be a grueling 12-round match for our teams right here, and a 2-day event for them. So we are expecting a lot coming from these teams, but now we are following for Valiant Men. I think they've been landing in Echo Valley for quite a bit of time. Bitter is also going to be here, so I'm pretty sure they'll be landing in Bitter Lake, followed by Santino PH. Of course, we've mentioned how they always land in Windcliff, so they are landing there still. Tyrant will be landing in the Rust Bay area. No one is actually going to Safe Store right now. No, actually, I take that back. I think team number 4 or Elite Eho, their landing spot is always there in the Safe Store area. So they might actually land there. Born to Win will be there in the Wheat Town. Squirrel Depot, very, very interesting right here, because we don't usually see teams land here in Squirrel Depot, but we can see now PFN Colossians, and I believe that is
Just for fun.
just for fun landing with them here in Squirrel Depot, and I think we'll have our first engagement right there.
Yes, someone is already down here. We're watching just for fun, throwing in some shots at the enemy, and one of his members is already low on health. Healer gun will be deployed. It will connect, reviving his teammate, and finally for the finishing, or for the finisher here, we will be seeing him throw in and spray some shots against that player from PFN Colossians. So it's gonna be 3 against 4. I think PFN Colossians will be seeking revenge as one of their player has already been eliminated as this early in our match number 1 for the grand finals.
Yes, and all of our players, of course, or the teammates of PFM Colossians, they do want to you know um have revenge against their opponents right here, as they are now pushing one member of a Just for Fun right here. He is all alone. He is getting pushed by 3 members right here of PFN Colossian. So I think that's going to be dangerous for that player of Just for Fun right there. But looking at the map right now, Sentinel was the only one who landed there in Observatory. Mao RSB back there in Fading Days, and Juggernaut is in Chemical Depot. So right now we
Wow.
are watching the battle between these two teams, the PFN Colossians and Just for Fun. Of course, they are neck and neck, just actually shooting at each other right now. PFN Per doesn't have any armor or helmet right now, but he is so brave and bold to actually try and take down members of Just for Fun right here. And they successfully did so, because they have 4 kills on the board, as we have PFN Colossians coming out on top and winning that fight against Just for Fun.
Yes, that's gonna be a 1-for-4 exchange between Just for Fun and PFN Colossians, even though they've lost Bash in the process. I mean, early rather, but they were able to seek revenge against Just for Fun. So we're down now to 50 players. He was able to revive his teammates, and they're not yet done, as they are about to leave the area and eventually move on to another compound. Moving back to For Valiant Man, this is company. They don't have any kills just yet, but just looting every areas that they are going up right now. Still very cautious. They don't have vests or helmets or anything. So this is the looting phase for some of our teams. As we've seen the previous map, all the colors and teams are pretty well scattered, knowing that they are 15. And for 15 teams in Gili Island, it's quite spacious. So I think we'll be seeing more of the skirmishers as we reach maybe middle of the game. But Terror here is just in front of 4 Valiant Men, as Athena is being scouted here by company. But they don't have the proper loots just yet. So I think it would
Yes.
be really not wise for them to engage in.
Yes, actually, that isn't going to be, yes, like what you said, a wise fight for them to actually engage in. But Nikki, I do gotta remind our viewers that we have a gift code there at the
Mhm.
lower left portion of our screen. So make sure you redeem it in game so you can win some awesome prizes. And yeah, following Mao RSB right now, they are going to go up against Sentinel. And I think they are going to disengage as they don't have much leeway to deal with their opponents right now. And for Valiant Men, XP Company are just roaming around. They are going to reposition themselves in a nice spot inside that zone. I think they are going to go to the middle, maybe get a good position there and to wait until late game. But right now, we are seeing them just try and loot up more buildings here. And I believe this place is already looted up by a team earlier.
Yes, if the previous matches from yesterday was more on more focused on the kill points and eliminating one another and denying teams from getting kill points. As for today, we can really feel that this is the grand finals as the players are already being so careful in every call and movement that they're making. Unfortunately for company here, it doesn't even have a helmet. He's having a hard time looking for a helmet and even a level 2 backpack. So it's really hard for them. These areas that they're actually going and pushing to or pushing through is not well looted, not doesn't have much loot. So we're moving on here with Juggernaut. We're still left with 50 players. This is still the downtime, and I think we're just gonna see the players to be forced to be eliminating one another once the circle reaches at least at the fourth or fifth circle. So yeah, this is the downtime. We can talk
Mm-hmm.
about probably Juggernaut because
Mm-hmm.
we all know we haven't really seen much from Juggernaut, but there was that one match that they were able to um, eliminate the top one
Mm-hmm.
spot or team. So hopefully they'll be able to employ that in our grand finals.
I think that was back in the qualifiers. I believe they are part of the wildcard juggernaut. And yeah, I think they actually eliminated they eliminated the top one there in the wild card, top one of that round before in the qualifiers. But they've been proving why they are here in the grand finals right now. Of course, they want to showcase their skills to the rest of the world. And right now we are actually following four valiant men right here, and that they are just waiting for their opponents to maybe pass by, and if they do so they can actually shoot them down with two different spots here. They are separated with one another, so they don't have much um they don't have much space to actually make mistakes because one member is away from other teammates as well, as we are seeing Mao RSB push one member here, Exort from Sentinel. No, actually, Zen Den is also there. We'll just pop that healer gun, but Mao RSB is actually raiding that building right here where Exort is. And Exort is just holding his ground, taking Axel down from RSB. But Exort will get knocked down. Then as well. No, I think that Den is only is now finished off though. He is now
Yes.
finished off. Yeah.
Even Seraph from Sentinel has already been finished as well. But I think someone from Mao RSB has been killed in the process. So probably there's gonna be a 1-for-3 exchange because I haven't seen one more member. Yeah, it's a for four rather exchange. They were able to wipe Sentinel there, so it's still not bad for even though they've lost a member, at least they got 4 kills in the process and able to loot whichever loot the latter team that they've wiped has already they already have. So this is how our map looks like right now. It's kind of small and moving and landed here at the lower left side of Gili Island. As we can see the from the right side, we are seeing a lot of teams emerging and going towards the circle. I think they're gonna be playing for the circle. That's gonna be teams 6, 3, 4, and 10. 6, 3, 4, and 10 are Is Fake, Born to Win, PFN Colossians, and one more. And that's gonna be Bitter from Trum, throwing in such as against Company, blowing up the vehicle in the process, and stopping, immobilizing Company's team. Then this is the forward push coming from Bitter. Someone is flanking from the left side. That's gonna be crazy with the car there. And Saitama and one more player from Bitter as well. But will their enemy be disengaging? I think they're gonna be disengaging and probably getting this cottage as cover.
Yes, and Bitter right now is just holding this angle. And just making sure they don't get pushed by any others while they are shooting down at other teams right here. But for Valiant Men might encounter a team right here.
Mhm.
Uh they are just going to hold their spots. For Valiant Men has been pretty quiet right now. Like what I mentioned earlier, they just held that specific spot for quite a bit of time. Of course, they don't want to make mistakes. This is the round one of the grand final, so they do have 12 more or 11 more rounds to catch up in terms of points if they actually make a mistake here around number one. But 12 rounds of grueling action, you need to really play consistent, like what you said earlier, Nikki, for our teams, because um this is going to be hard for our teams. They're going to battle it out against each other for 12 whole rounds and for 2 days. As we are seeing right now, Crazy is at a distance against Tonker right here. And I think XP for Valiant Men, Tonker is aware that there is a team there in front of them. And because they actually spotted Bitter earlier.
Yes, so this is gonna be probably a battle against for Valiant Man and Bitter. It has been quite a while since they've been using this area as their cover, but yeah, I think Bitter is still waiting for that moment for them to push in. No one is actually barging in and just being reckless. Now they're gonna regroup. Usually the players has been using the truck as cover, but the downside is that it's so easy for the opponents to throw in nades and whatnot. But Elite 6 here against Per, probably Diablo behind. Per is low, unhealthy, and even down. And this is gonna be the forward push coming from Trust with the finisher. Healer Gun has been using. Weasel is just at the back with the Vector. But what can a Vector do in this kind of situation, especially if this is a long range fight? 6 here for the finisher. Per finally, eventually, almost about to die in the circle as Trust will be pushing Weasel TZ here for the push. Almost 6 as well. I think they don't know where Weasel TZ is at. Trust just went past Weasel TZ there.
I think Whistle TZ is just hiding inside that vehicle. And
Okay.
knowing Elite, they're gonna destroy that vehicle. I'm pretty sure they're going to destroy this vehicle and actually spot Whistle TZ right there.
Oh
But
no.
Clyde's can be spotted by Elite right here. Whistle TZ actually
Oh.
dropped down and knocked down Trust. Right now, Diablo is going to be there along with sixes, but Whistle
Oh.
TZ will get knocked down as Elite still have three more members in their
Mm-hmm.
squad that they have advantage in terms of numbers, and they are just going to knock PFN Colossians down, and there's only I think one member of PFN just left standing and
Mm-hmm.
already disengaged from the fight. Might just loot up some medkits and probably survive until late game.
Yes, and I think that's gonna be a Kleis because Elite wasn't able to eliminate him during that this engagement a while ago. For Elite, they already have two kills, and there's just three of them playing for their team. Hopefully, on our next game, it would be a squad, so that you know, a squad really works well in battle royales like this, especially at Gili Island. For PFN, the start of the game has not been so good for them, as they've already lost one member against just for fun. Although they have eliminated just for fun, it's just Glyce now for his team. So those team that we were able to witness a skirmish came from Squirrel Depot, moved towards Wheat Town, and now moving to the circle as well. As we can see, there are teams that are outside of the circle. That's gonna be Team 9, Mau XRSB, and 11. Row 4 Asia just looting the area, maybe going for the placement points, but we are seeing a lot of colors here from logging camps. 13, 7, 5, there's a lot of colors now. I think we're moving towards the mid to late game, and we will be seeing eliminations now, one after another, in a couple of moments. And as we can
Mm-hmm.
see the inventory of our members, our teams, or players now, we can see that they've looted enough, an ample amount of weapons, gears to help them, especially moving towards the final round or circle. 43 players is still playing in this kind of circle. It's really a small circle for this amount or number of players. So let's see what's gonna happen as we unfold and move towards the late game.
Yes, as we are seeing Juggernaut right here, still back there in logging camps, might actually spotting that sports things, and actually that will help them a lot, especially in the late game, because that will give them a little bit of healing while they are rotating and dealing with their opponents there inside the safe zone. But we saw a lot of teams inside the safe zone currently. They're not really battling each other out at the for the meantime, because like what you've mentioned earlier, Nikki, we still have a lot of members or a lot of players still in the lobby, and this zone isn't really going to be isn't that large for this amount of players to still be alive. This is going to be one hectic battle, of course, for our teams. They're gonna hear gunshots left and right. And right now, we are seeing crazy. We've seen Bitter Crazy do some really crazy stuff.
Mhm.
And they might spot a Tina right here. They are going to try and shoot him down. But no engagements as of yet. Coming from Bitter, of course, they do want to hold this spot and make sure that no one gets in front of them and actually from behind as well, because if you actually hold the spot here inside the safe zone, you are practically secured unless you got pushed really really quickly and got pinched by a lot of teams. So you can see here Tyrant is at a distance. Bitter just holding, kind of holding this edge of the zone and holding an open area, while we see Terror, Santino. um Terra might encounter Santino because Santino is just right in front of them.
Probably because, as we can see now, Cowboy is having the intel and information against a certain team. Probably doesn't know that it is Santino PH, but relaying now that information with his teammates. We're still 42 players left. I've seen some off-cam kills coming from is fake and for Valiant Men. Um that drone has been deployed and info has been added. Yuliji throwing some shots against Cowboy here. It's not connecting though. He needs to approach more. He needs to go in. He has the vehicles. The circle is also about to close in. But Terror, there are players from Terror that has been downed. He needs Eulogy needs to finish off whoever this player from Terror is. He is so low on health, very very low. Just one more hit and he will go down, and finally went down. But that is a crush coming from Santino. They're just hit and running that player from Terror. So I think they've already killed 3 from Terror in that skirmish.
Yes, and it is going to be hard for our teams because, like what we've mentioned earlier, Nikki, we do have a lot of teams still currently inside our zone. We have 33 players left, and we do have a lot of teams still currently inside our zone. We have 33 players left, and this we do have a lot of teams still currently inside our zone. We have 33 players.
Uh, reveal where he is at, we just moved on from that team to Tyrant crying, and his teams, they only have one kill here. Like what you said, some, I mean, not majority of the part of the circle landed on water area. So for 32 players to be playing in this kind of small circle, it would definitely be a bad idea to be playing outside. But then again, like what you said, if you're playing inside of the circle, all eyes are on you. You're an easy target at every angle. So I think they're just timing that every time the circle close in, that's the only time that they will move. Especially now, Tyrant, they are just near Santino, and they know that for a fact, and they
Ooh.
are even having an eye against these teams that are even throwing deployables, throwables. I'm not sure if that is an MGL or RPG. Is fake Jerry here with a ghillie suit inside of the house, probably looting the area. There you
Mhm.
have it, medkit for himself.
Mhm.
And the drone will be used here by Jerry to know where exactly the teams are. So we
Mhm.
can see here, this is a different part. So that last team that we're seeing are from Rest Bay area. This one is from the right side of Rest Bay, the adjacent where compound. And is
Yes.
fake already know that there is someone out there, and that's gonna be elite. And
Yes.
interestingly enough, one player that we're spectating has not been revealed up until now.
Mm-hmm. But Nikki, looking at the map right now, as we see a glimpse of the map there at the lower left section of a portion of our screen, that zone is really going to be punishing the teams that are in Rugby right now, because we still have 29 players left in the game. And Santino is going to be pinched unless they swim early right now. But we can see here Kia Popo getting knocked down and finished off by Tyrant, which is in Tyrant, I think, is just
Raspberry,
there in Rust Bay as well. So they
Raspberry.
actually spotted each other there. They might actually shoot each other down before rotating. But here in the houses here in the Rust Bay, we are seeing battles here from Is Fake,
The drone.
going to win for us. Hope is still alive. He's
Yeah.
keeping his hopes up for his team, and I'm not sure if his teammates are still there. Maybe not, because I'm pretty sure Born to Win has we've seen Berserker clutch games as well as Cyberpunk for Born to Win. But this is going to be different. Hope is going to bring hope for his team right now, as they want to prove their name, Born to Win. But Hope just got finished off. I kind of jinxed it. I'm really not sure what happened right there. But Orange is
Enrique.
actually just trying to spot his opponent. He doesn't have medkits in his inventory right now, only bandages. So I'm pretty sure he is going to retire early from this fight. Maybe try and spot someone and shoot him down before going down himself. But I'm really
Ah,
not really sure if that's the right play to do, as you don't want to give any more kills to your opponents. But right now, we are seeing action for us is trying to shoot down their opponents, and we still have a lot of players inside that zone. This is one crazy battle we have here, Nikki.
exactly, James. We're seeing one after another. We're watching Elite Trust here against Juggernaut. Mao Alpha is at the first floor. On the other hand, they are occupying this building. Trust throwing in shots at Zyre. Zyre will finally go down there as Wraith won't be able to help his teammate. Now it's just Alpha and Wraith for different teams. Again, against this duo from Elite 6 here. Needs to patch himself up. We're down to 12 players. But Raid and Alpha will be seeing one another as they will be trying to pick up one another, as 6 and Diablo will be trying to be the third party if ever, but Raid looking for a good spot to heal himself. But finally 6 will be killing him. Alpha swimming to the left side trying to get a good spot from our small circle right now. So I think Elite has racked up a lot of points during that skirmish. And as we can see, Enrico, who killed BTW, Hope also
Ooh,
killed Crazy in the process right now. Enrico, very low on health, but hopefully
Elegy?
he has the medkit to patch himself
Oh
up. We're
no.
seeing Eulogy as well. There are players that we can see here using the reach near the river as their only cover, meaning to say it's very open. Our circle will be falling in the open part of Gili Island, especially here adjacent part of RoS Bay. This is fake that we're watching only 2 points to their bag. We are now left with 10 players. It's anybody's game right now as 6 will go down by the hands of Alpha near the river. As we can remember, finally 6 will go down and bid farewell in our game 5. This is 9 players left. Recoil already has 4 kills for his team, and it's just him for his team.
Yes, and what we saw earlier there in that river area, where Santino is and Mao RSB, only like there's like only a small barrier separating them from each other. If Mao actually crosses that barrier, he can actually spot Santino PH just lurking in that same area. But right now we are seeing Enrico just hearing those gunshots and hearing everything happen around him, and he is just going to play it safe. We have 8 teams left in the game, and I think we have eight players left in the game, 8 separate teams maybe. But no, I think Isfake has 2 members here. Benny is I think just healing up, probably going to pop that healer gun later on as he runs out of medkits. And Enrico is just holding this area. He is inside that zone, and he will rotate in just a bit as he is just close by. But you know, if he actually rotates in, he will get shut down by his opponents because you know, this is going to be a dangerous area. You can actually hold that angle and probably shoot the people who are going to push that building or that same spot. Enrico has 8 medkits in his inventory, so I'm pretty sure he will last for quite a bit of time right here. As we see Sad Boys, Tyrant is still in Rust Bay, might actually spot someone if he moves. If he actually peeks that river area, Sad Boys might take down Mao RSB and the Santino PH. So we're just gonna wait if Sad Boys is actually going to do that for Tyrant.
Yes, and right now it's just a matter of who's lucky to have the
Ooh, he
circle
is.
fall onto themselves. And as we can see here, the circle is actually damaging them. They have a lot of problems here. Placement of the circle damaging them, and even enemies is sniping and spotting them. Eulogy will finally go down by the hands of Sad Boy, having 4 kills onto himself.
Woo!
Is Fake Bandit very open
Woo!
and low on health there, but managed to go in. Take for the forward push is we're watching Benny helping his teammate there against Mao Alpha, but Banton will finally go down as Enrico would do so. On the other hand, Sadways cannot hold the circle anymore. It's actually punishing him a real lot. Alpha here, 9 kills for the team 5 from him. Throwing in with the Molotov. It's not connecting, just giving out signal. Don't come near me. This is where the final circle is falling. It's very, very fortunate to have the circle all to himself. He has water, he has fire, he's utilizing the elements onto himself. And you know, if the other teams have like even just grenade, they can actually fry Alpha up. So I think it's just a matter of skills, and now the element of being lucky because the circle
Elite.
really fell onto Alpha there. Take here on
Yes.
the other hand, different side, just trying to know where the final enemy is at. Drone is deployed now, looking for that final opponent, and that's gonna be Diablo from Elite. So we're now left with three
Yes.
players, 2 players from Mao RSB, and we're just waiting for these two to finally eliminate Diablo, or will Diablo be able to finish this two for a clutch?
I am not sure if Diablo can actually finish someone off here because they are hiding and placed perfectly there in that situation. But there you go, Mao RSB winning that first round here in our grand finals. And I gotta commend Alpha right here from Mao because he actually held his ground perfectly all by himself, just eliminated his opponents one by one. not really pushing if he knows that he is at a disadvantage at and just Cake just coming in at the right moment to support his teammate because they know Cake was outside the zone. Mount RSB was prepared to actually use that healing strategy to last until late game. And I really gotta commend our teams right here, especially the teams, they really played until the late game, especially Tyrant right there just spotted Santino in front of them while he is at Raspe earlier.
And that is just game number 1. Dear fans, we will be showing you a lot more when we return together with the scoreboard. So for now, highlights will be given. Don't go anywhere else. We'll be back.
and we are back here, the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Invitational. Once again, we are your casters. My name is James, together with Nikki. And I gotta ask you, Nikki, round number one of the grand finals has been really something because of that final zone. And what are your thoughts about it?
It just snowballed from the mid game to going towards the late game, wherein there had been fights one after another, eliminations and deaths as well. But I think it's a matter of where the zone or the safe zone falls. And fortunately enough for Mao, Alpha, and Cake, they were the lucky ones to have the zone to themselves. But here is the updated scoreboard. As we can see, that's just the game number one for our grand finals for today. We can see that the ranks from 9th to 15, we have PFN Colossians at 9th place. 10th place, we have Born to Win, Roll for Asia at 11th, 4 Valiant Man at 12th, Terror Pro Max at 13th, Sentinel at 14th, and finally Just for Fun at 15th spot, as they were the first one to be eliminated in our game a while ago.
Yes, well, just for fun, really didn't actually hit their mark. Although they only have one kill in the process, but they still have five more rounds for today to actually catch up here in the grand finals. But taking that first spot will be Mao RSB, winning the match with 11 kills on the board, 26 points for them, followed by Elite Iho gaining second place, also maxing out their kill points at 11. Gaining 23 points in that match, followed by for us, Tyrant, Is Fake Main, Santino PH, Bitter, and Juggernaut. And the scores of our teams are neck and neck, as we have actually 8 and 7 are tied, 5 and 6 are tied, 3 and 4 are tied as well. So
Three-way
we have
tie.
six teams who are tied in different sections or different ranks right there. But this is going to be one tough battle for our teams, as they are hungry for victory here in the grand finals. And like we said earlier, Nikki, this is going to be a 2-day grand finals, and we have 11, or technically our team still has 11 more games to actually catch up in terms of points here in the grand finals. But for today, we'll be having 5 more rounds to actually witness our players just give it their all and pursue their dreams into being a top clans champion.
Yes, and we've already concluded the grand finals match one a while ago. Mao x RSB will be the victor for that first match. We will be heading on to our second match for today at Gili Island at 13:50 GMT plus 8. That's going to be in a short while, as the players are already inside of the lobby warming up. Next game will be on 14:40. Our fourth match will be on 15:30. Our fifth match will be on 16:20, and finally 17:10. That's gonna be our final sixth and final match for today. And every time we conclude and update the scoreboard, we will be showing you guys this matches, so that you'll be updated as well. So if you just tuned in, do not fret. We will be heading to the second match for today. And like what James said, this is a 2-day event. This is just the first day. They still have 11 more chances to catch up with Mao x RSB. And to remind everyone, you want to be part of the top 5 to have a chance of getting a bit or a piece of our prize pool, which is 15,000 USD.
Yes, and our prize pool isn't really that small. Of course, our teams are hungry into getting a nick of that prize pool, as we are about to land here at Gili Island for round 2 of our grand finals. Let's see if our teams are going to land at the same spot. We are seeing Team 8 Just for Fun land in Squirrel Depot, as well as PFN Colossians. They landed there earlier, but PFN Colossians got the upper hand in round number 1 against Just for Fun, but Just for Fun managed to take one down from PFN Colossians earlier. But you can see here the spread of PFN Colossians. One member is away from them here at Defense Fort. We also see Born to Win land there in Wheat Town. Elite Eho still landing at Safe Store, but kind of spread out right there. Team 14, which is Tyrant, they are going to land in Rust Bay. Santino, still there in Windcliff. Bitter Lake, of course, there is no question. Always in Bitter Lake Observatory, still Sentinel is going to be there.
Yes, and we will. Are we going to see another repeat performance coming from Just for Fun and PFN Colossus? Let's find out later. Like what you said, this is a really good split or scatter for our teams. We don't really see teams that are actually colliding except from J Just for Fun and PFN Colossus. But I think they are now quite spread, and it's just a matter of time before these teams actually collide and have an engagement. Quite
Mm-hmm.
close, but not that close enough to actually have a skirmish.
Ooh.
But look at Wheat Town. There are a lot of loot crates marking there for team number three that's gonna be born to win, BTW. And
Yes.
probably comparing to our previous match, it's gonna be somehow the same as it's quite slow paced.
Yes, but we might see actually an engagement coming from Elite Eho and Just for Fun because they were close to each other for a bit there. Two members of Elite and I think a member of Just for Fun. But Just for Fun might get pinched here as they are going to attack Elite Eho. But I'm not sure if PFN Colossians can actually hear the battle from that far. But Elite Eho, this is going to be a 2 versus 4 situation for them is if they actually engage in that battle against Just for Fun.
Yes, and for now, we're just watching Bitter, and it's just three of them again. Um, there are teams that are playing trio for our match for today, and hopefully they'll be able to be complete soon. We're watching the one, they're just looting the area, brothers. Like what you mentioned, they're near Elite Iho, and as we all know, Elite Iho is a strong team, a team to look forward to, a very promising one. So let's see if they'll be able to carry out if ever they'll have an engagement here in our second match. They're just looting the area. They're quite taking their time, not really
Mhm.
looting and then moving to another. But one teammate is actually far, advanced ahead of them, getting intel and information. And the Luan, who is like 60% damage here. And I think this is the time for them to regroup with their teammate Luan.
And this is going to be dangerous for just for fun because back in round number one, they only managed to get 1 point, and
Mhm.
although they got one kill there, 1 point. Every point matters, of course, we know that. But only gaining 1 point in that situation, especially when you are up against high caliber teams, that is really not something that you can brag about. And just for fun, we've seen how they kind of clutch games up and just manage to get inside of every team's buildings, and they can really push hard against their opponents. But looking at the situation right now, Roll for Asia only has two members here in this lobby, so I'm not really sure what they are going to do here because they are just waiting here in research edifice here in the pyramid, and it's really not an ideal situation, especially if you're only left with or you're only queued up with two players in a certain match.
Yeah, definitely right. And you don't want to be that kind of situation or that team to have the disadvantage. Now we're watching Harumaini from Roll for Asia. They're occupying the pyramid here, 56 players. And oh, we have an off-cam kill coming from Terror. That's gonna be Terror against another team. I think that's just a knockdown. And Yeah, that is gonna be XP from 4 Valiant Men Moku. Now this is Athena having a good look against 4 Valiant Men. Very sneaky here. 50% of his life already patched up to 100% using the healer gun here. Here on the other hand, Moku Mikoku will be done for by the hands of Trust here at the canal, and now Trust will be looting the area. So we are seeing a lot of exchange here. Diablo here, remember that Elite was the second team or the last team to be eliminated during our first match. So it's looking smooth for Elite Eho here. 55 players
Yes.
left. Still a slow-paced match. While our Alpha and Cake for Mao RSB, the sole survivor during our first match here, having a good look against Exort company. Is it company?
Ooh,
No, 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 no.
Moku.
Oh, Moku is now down. It's gonna be a terror against 4 Valiant Men here. So Spaghetti with a P90 there. Athena still sneaking against Yonker and Brush and company as well. So I think Brush already saw where Athena is at. Uh, Using the healer gun once again for that certain boost, a bit of boost, and switching to the SMG for close combat here. That's gonna be the
Yes.
Vector. Brush will be caught from behind. Brush is down right
Woo!
now with the Vector. And I think it's really sneaky. Will he be able to finally finish up Brush? X Gate
Oh.
for the forward push
Ooh.
together with Athena here against Yonker. Brush is already done. It's just gonna be Yonker, because one member from 4 Valmet is quite far company there with the Vector. They're
Ooh.
throwing in some, is actually connecting, and they're gonna be 1v1. But Terra Pro Max Athena is finally down together with Yonker, and that's gonna be the finisher, and the save coming from one member from Terra is X Gate.
Yes, but
Company
all
here.
is not yet over here for 4 Valiant Men because Company is still alive. He wants to get revenge for his teammates, but right now he's gonna get pushed and will get taken down by Terror. And that was a nice engagement coming from Terror right there because they actually pushed 4 Valiant Men who's just holding an angle earlier in that staircase. And we've seen how people hold that staircase. We've seen players do it back yesterday in the semifinals, how they can hold an angle there in the staircase and eliminating a whole squad. And I think we saw that from Berserker from Born to Win. He actually managed to take down four players all by himself in that staircase in the yesterday's semifinals. And right now we are just going to look at just for fun, maybe they are going to rotate a different spot here. Not really sure where they are going, but they are just going to maybe loot up here in a Mascot Factory and probably play it safe until the late game here, Juggernaut. And
Yes, they're kind of proving us that they've learned for just for fun, as they are now surviving and not the first ones to be eliminated. And as for Juggernaut, like what you said, they're just looting the area. And we're moving on to a different team. This is gonna be once again J4F for just for fun. The first ones to be eliminated during our previous match.
Ooh,
So right now they are surviving one
look at Mass
vehicle.
Out, Nikki.
Mass out.
Mass Out. They
Oh,
might
it's gonna be
actually
7
take
and
out each other
13.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, 7 and 13. But on the other hand, here, just for fun, we'll be going against a top team or second placers. I think this is Lead Evo. Going towards there, we have Diablo from behind with the Eagle trying to get a hold of these guys, and they were able to knock down 3 coming from J4F. And this is just the last one, but he will
Ooh.
be done for, as this one will be retaliating against him, and this is the perfect time for him to revive his teammates. This is gonna be brothers from Just for Fun.
Yes, and they eliminated Elite, who is the current
Mm.
second placer in our scoreboard. And you know, a lot of things can happen, as what we said earlier. Just for fun can actually push their game up if they are really pumped up for it, but they are going to go up against Isfake right in front of them. So this is going to be dangerous battle because we know Isfake. They were the winners there in the wild card, or the first players were back then the wild card finals. And in the semifinals, although they played a little bit safely back then in the same semifinals, but maybe we'll be seeing a different is fake here in the grand finals, because this is going to be a 12 round battle for for our teams right here. And looking at the situation right now, Juggernaut actually shooting at Terror right now. Terror has been great so far. They managed to pick one team off, but this is going to be hard for Juggernaut, as well as they are left with two members in their squad. Now X Gate is just holding that spot behind that spot, that building, that wall over there.
Mhm.
Or is he behind the hill?
But
No, he is
Syra
hiding
will be
behind the
done.
wall though. Or maybe he got
Someone.
punished by that zone, or not really sure.
X
But
Gate. It's X Gate.
yeah.
Error. It's just rate against a full team of XP. On the other hand, for a Sadistic
Woo!
in throwing in a shot, it will connect onto the head. Nice kill coming from Sadistic against Eulogy there. They have to revive Baby Wim in the process, but they only have like one kill. Dancer is done as well, and Recall as well. It's just up to Sadistic to save it, or finally disengage. Is making a run for it, but his vehicle will be blown up. And that is the end for us as Santino. Is it Santino? Yeah, Santino PH will be able to wipe that team.
Yes, and it was actually a good push coming from For Us, because they managed to take one down from Santino. But knowing Santino, they can actually push their game up, as well as we are following Spaghetti right here. They are planning to push Wraith. So Wraith is all alone by himself, but Spaghetti will get knocked down by Wraith with that PP-19. But right now, this is going to be a different game for for Terror and the Juggernaut right there. But we are following
Oh.
PFN Colossians versus Just for Fun. PFN
Ah.
Colossians knocking down and eliminating Just for Fun the second time around here in our grand finals. And I think we
Second
got
time, yeah.
for round one, PFN Colossians was the one who wiped out
Yeah.
Just for Fun. In round two, that happened once again, but Just for Fun got that elimination against Elite. So, PFN Colossians really reaped the benefits of the battles that they had.
Yes, and like what James said, this is the second time around PFN Colossians has been eliminating Just for Fun, and we're seeing like some kind of rivalry between these two teams, and hopefully on this third match, Just for Fun will be able to have their revenge against PFN Colossians, because it's always been like an arch enemy. It's always been PFN Colossians to be eliminating them. We're now down to 33 players. The circle is still big. It's quite fast as compared to the previous match, but still slow. And I think the teams are just taking their time, really proving us that this is definitely the grand finals. And if ever we're seeing some mistakes, or someone has been committing errors, it's very minimal. And it really weighs a lot, the decision, the placement, where you're going, what gun or vehicles are you using, and moving towards the mid to the late game. It's really showing us that this is definitely the grand finals.
Yes, and you know, our teams are really just hungry to get this victory this game. But there's also one team that haven't been seeing lately. It's now RSV. They
Mhm.
have been really quiet this round, especially their round number one, because they actually won that and maxing out those skill points. But right now they are pretty quiet. Maybe they want to go for that placement, just holding off until late game. But we are going to see is fake try and battle it out against Sentinel in front of them. Is fake. We know how they can actually perform in a tough situation as well. So I'm looking forward on how they can actually turn things around in a tight situation. But they are still a complete squad. Maybe might push a team right there later as we are going to have our zones close in on this round. But you know, Mitcon, he has a first aid kit and a three med kits in his inventory. He has a full set of gear, so I'm pretty sure they are secured until late game. But we never know because they might
Mhm.
get pushed by a team and they might run out of healables to use.
Yes, and like what you said, they probably aren't rushing things. They're taking it quite slowly because yeah, you don't want to commit mistakes in our match number two, and that's Mitkan's team is fake. Now we're watching Bitter. Like what you said, we haven't really seen much from Mao RSB. Hopefully, we'll be seeing them on the late game. As for Crazy and his team, they're quite split up in this gas station near Defense Fort, near Weak Town as well. And I'm seeing that it's quite quiet for now. And again, it's just three of them playing. There are teams that are playing trio. And comparing to teams that are squad, it's not gonna look good, especially when it comes to numbers. And for Tyrant, because they're just at the horizon in front of Weasel's team, the Bash's team, Clyde's team has already 4 kills. And to be having a skirmish again is fake. Our wild card top one victors. Let's see if PFN will be able to carry out a wipe against I mean this is Tyrant rather. Second, will they be able to carry out a wipe against Tyrant team? Tyrant is a very
Mm-hmm.
aggressive team.
Mm-hmm.
They keep on Jerry, Benny, they keep on just barging in, committing to a push whenever they can.
Yes.
So this is crying they are split up. This is how the
Yes.
map looks like. Oh, there are other teams playing outside. Notably
There
Team
is a
13 Terror and what's the team on the
tyrant.
bottom?
It's tyrant.
Oh, 14.
Tyrant.
Yeah.
There's just one there at the ocean, just swimming, for some reason. But I want to see one of the players here that I really like the name. It's Harumaini. Uh, it's you know, our players are really creative when it comes
Yeah.
to their names in rules of survival. You know, because
Right.
he could have spelled out that name normally.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know, they are very creative when it comes to their names, and that's one of the things that I do
They
love
want
about
us to
casting
pronounce
ROS.
it correctly.
Yes, so we won't make mistakes. And we are actually following Scarlet, the teammate of Harumaini. Just Roll for Asia is actually just pretty quiet right here. They might get pushed by Mao RSB. And we know that Mao uh, is the top one team right now in the scoreboard. And if they get pushed by Mao right now, this is going to be a 2 versus 4 battle. But we can see in the feed right here that Tyrant is actually dealing with better, and this is going to be a tough battle. Ooh, Tyrant actually taking down members from Bitter with
Mhm.
that I'm not sure what really went on right there, but that
Mhm.
roadster just blew up. Sad Boys got knocked down as well. That was friendly fire, but you know they got three members from Bitter. So I think that's a very nice exchange right there. But Santino will go up against Terror. Terror has been pretty amazing so far. They already have 7 kills on the board. They will encounter Santino, and Santino, I think, has 4 kills on the board. They already got some eliminations earlier on.
Yes, whenever Tyrant commits, they're 100% committing. It's like do or die for these people. And they were able to carry out so eliminating Bitter at the gas station. Unfortunately, there are players from Terror going down. That's gonna be spaghetti. We're watching Mau RSB ganging up against Scarlet and Hermione.
Ooh.
Hermione already down here at the left side of Axel. Axel going in, looking for where Scarlet is at, and
Ooh.
Scarlet will be done for. That's gonna be Mao Alpha for the finisher, and now adding up kill points to their team. And like, oh, that is an
Ooh,
RPG
mistake.
from Jerry, very sneaky down from
One
up
more.
above, brother. One more, 4 versus 3. No,
Woo.
another one will be killing eventually. Very, very low on health. He's just throwing in the RPG while jumping and running towards it, and someone will be taken off by the safe zone. Jerry for the forward push. They're using the healer gun to boost himself up. They don't have any kills just yet, but I think this is the perfect time for them to flank and to go here,
Woo.
throwing in all those RPGs. Finally, knocking down Alpha in the process. Benny here for the push against Cake. Will Cake be able to retaliate against Benny there? He will be shot to the go down. Finally, it's just Axel for his team. Jerry here for the push for the flank to the right side. Bantian will go down on the other hand, and it's another
Oh.
retaliation. Benny will go down as well. Axel is on a roll here as he
Oh,
was
no.
able to knock down two. Jerry here for the revenge. Will he be able to save his teammates though? It's just Jerry. He is even patching himself up. He doesn't have a med kit. That is the
He
last
has
med kit.
he has the
Will he
first
be
aid
able?
kit earlier though.
It's
Right
hard
now he
to
is going to
revive
pick up
someone
Benny.
in the vehicle. Will he be able to do so?
But right now, actually, his teammate Benny just dropped some medkits and first aid kit
Ah,
for
okay,
him.
okay.
You can
He was able to
actually,
save him.
yeah, you can actually pop that medkit in this zone, but barely. If
Ouch.
you get that timing right, you need to get that timing right in order for you to actually pop that medkit off. But if you don't have the opportunity to pop that medkit off, or if you didn't get that timing right, it will be
Mm-hmm.
over for you. So better just leave your healables for your teammate. But on the other hand, we see here, we saw earlier what is fake can do. They actually pushed the top one currently in the scoreboard, which is Mao RSB, but they lost, I believe, a member in the process, as a one was just on top of that hill, not really pushing that far. Um, but we are seeing Sentinel right here already has 2 kills on the board, and they will go up against a team right here. They are getting pushed, but not really that much, as Santino Orange will get knocked down by a member of Sentinel. Cyberpunk is going to be there, as well as PFN Colossus. Will use that RPG. Will it connect? And that connected perfectly. Cyberpunk getting knocked down. And that straight shot of an RPG. He didn't see that coming. Cyberpunk is just going to bleed behind that truck. And there goes a grenade coming from from PFM Colossians. And PFN right now is on fire. They are just holding this angle as Tyrant goes from behind. And two members of, I think a member of PFN, 2 members now from PFN is down. Is down. He got right now down as well for Tyrant, but he will get picked up by his teammate Sad Boys. He is not really sad right now, as they have a full squad in their hands, and they are just going to wipe out their opponents left and right. They are just trying to spot their opponents. Born to Win is beside them, as well as PFN Collisions. But we're going to be seeing another RPG shot coming from Tyrant right here. RPG! Will that connect? Connected perfectly right there! And that's going to be another elimination as Sad Boys! That's what I've said earlier, Nikki. He is not going to be sad right now, as he got
Happy
those
boy.
eliminations perfectly. He is now a happy boy.
Yes, he has been utilizing the RPG very well from one skirmish to another, and we're seeing a lot of RPG action. But unfortunately enough for Zad Boy, he will be done for by the hands of Tyrant. Is it from Tyrant? I'm not quite sure. Let's see what's gonna happen here, as Zeref will be having a bit of redemption here, as he was able to knock down two coming from Tyrant there from the head.
Woo!
Up above. He was able to get that clean shot, giving 8 kills now to his team. Seraph already worked half of those 8 kills, and he has 4. So that is a nice clean kill coming from Seraph's team, which is Sentinel. They were very sneaky because after the skirmish with with Sad Boys, they just went in knowing that these teams are still low on health, haven't really replenished their resources. So yeah, they did play the part of the third party here, and they were able to carry out. So now we're left with the six players here in our game, and one of which is Jerry here with a lot of medkits playing the medkit strategy. So it's just five that we're looking out for, knowing that Sentinel is still out here, almost inside of the circle, probably gonna play inside of the circle. We're just probably looking for other teams that are maybe outside, like Cowboy here with only four med kits. He definitely needs to go in for Terror team. Though looking at the kill points, they do have a decent amount of kill points. So we're still looking for four more players. Two more players. So two from Sentinel, one from Terror, one from Tyrant. Is it Tyrant? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so we're looking for two more players that is outside of the circle, and this is quite spread. The last few players in our match number two is quite a spread, and trying to have placement points, knowing that for second place they will get 12 points, and then the third place will get 10 points, 9 points, 8 points, so on and so forth. I think
Mm-hmm.
they're definitely gonna go for the placement points here, especially that the circle is really quite far from where they are at now. And this is now the last med kit for Cowboy. For Terror, Bash still has six med kits here. So everyone has their insurance player playing. Yeah, Terror will be the first one to be has exhausted his medkits. For Bash, he still has five medkits. We also have one from Tyrant. No, that is Terror Cowboy. One from Tyrant, I believe. So we're just waiting for those teams to exhaust their resources, and we're about to conclude this game. And I'm quite safe. I think it's quite safe to say that it's gonna be Sentinel to take our match number two.
Yes. Well, Zentil doesn't have the actually has 8 kills on the board. Not really maxing it out for this round, but they performed really really well. They waited for the right opportunity to actually push their opponents. As well as PFN right here. I think they have 5 kills on the board. Yes, they have 5 kills on the scoreboard right now. And Bash is the only one left for PFN Colossians as he will just retire and will get knocked outside that safe zone. While is fake Jerry's has still a lot of medkits. So I think is fake Jerry, if he actually gets the timing right, is
Mhm.
that 5 first aid kits? He has 5 first aid kits in his inventory right now, but it's hard to actually pop it off in a zone as small as this one. But this is going to be Sentinel's game, like what you said earlier, Nikki. They were playing it a little bit safe in the early game, not really pushing their opponents. But as we see Kia Popo getting knocked outside that zone, so it's going to be first place Sentinel, third place Santino, second place will be Is Fake.
Yes, I think so. So for the placement points, it's gonna be 10, 12, and 15. So yeah, I think this is gonna be Sentinel's match. Even though they weren't able to max out the kill points, as I still believe that 8 kills is quite a decent number. Well, this is gonna be the last three medkits for Jerry. And to know that Jerry is the most aggressive um amongst his teammates, and for him to be the last man playing the medkit strategy for his teammates is quite refreshing, and I think that's gonna be the first time to be seeing him do so, because he really likes um engagement and committing to pushes like that. And that's it. We are about to conclude match number two. It's gonna be Sentinel for match number two. It just happened so fast, James.
Mhm.
Kills after another as the circle closed in like really, really small. So yeah, that's the signal for these teams to be eliminating one another. And fortunately enough for Sentinel, they were able to outplay and carry out their plan and eliminate those teams that are still playing in our match number 2.
Yes, they were really aware. I think Jerry was aware that he is
Yeah.
the second placer there in
He
that match.
threw.
Yeah, as he is actually he has still a lot of medkits there, but he doesn't want to waste any more time in that round. But right now we are going to show you the highlights for that round. When we come back, this is going to be round number 3, and this is one hectic battle. So sit back, relax, and just stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Stage Invitational Grand Finals Day 1. We are your shoutcasters. My name is Nikki. Alongside with me is my beautiful co-caster, Vernice. Vernice, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. You're so beautiful as well, Nikki. Thank you very much. But I was watching games 1 and 2. It was very what's a better term? Explosive. But I keep saying and I keep hearing James just yell out RPG, 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 and it was really exciting. And I know that our viewers and our other survivors as well are very excited to see that in action.
Yes, exactly. And that's just 2 matches. We're already done with 2 matches. We still have 4 matches for today. And right now, we're just updating the scoreboard. And it will reveal So the question here is, will it reveal a new top 1 or will the top 1 retain itself? Let's find out. For now, the top 9 placer we have for us, followed by Bitter at top 10. 11th, we have Juggernaut. 12th, we have Born to Win. Roll for Asia sitting at 13th spot. Just for Fun and 14th. And finally, for Valiant Man at 15th spot. So for our players, they really are teams. They really need to rank as much as skill points and placement points if they want to be part of the top 5 Bernice.
Wow, and look at that. We have here the second half of our teams. So Mao X RSB holding onto the top 1 spot, Tyrant with the second, Santino PH with the third, followed by Fake Main, Elite Iho, Sentinel, PFN Colossians, and Terror Pro Max.
Yes.
Consistency is key here, Nikki. Like, if you don't have consistency throughout the matches, you're gonna feel the difference towards the end.
And especially for those teams who already gathered a lot of points during the first and second match, even though they won't be performing well on the next matches, they really did put a good footing in our matches for today. But let's remind our viewers that it's just day 1. We still have day 2 for tomorrow. That's gonna be full loaded 6 matches still. And for today, we'll be showing you guys the matches later on. And we are about to actually go to the 3rd match for today, Grand Finals Day 1. And like what Bernie said, consistency is key. We're still seeing Mao X RSB hailing a top spot. But if you just tuned in, they are actually the first match victors, Mao X RSB. And previously concluded match number 2, Sentinels took that away and even given them quite a boost to go up to their current ranking. And for now, we will be heading to our match number 3 at Gili Island at 14:40, that's now. And the players are already inside the lobby, just waiting for the plane to depart.
I'm so excited, Nikki. I wish I could see also a lot of RPGs or maybe MGLs, maybe a G launcher here and there. But here we have it. Our teams are finally landing onto Bitter Lake. Oh, sorry, onto Gilly Island. Maybe there's going to be someone at Bitter Lake, who knows? But here we go, game number 3 on its way.
On its way from observatory going or heading towards Windcliff, here we are seeing a good scatter between our teams, and once again we're seeing these two teams collide, PF and Colossians, and just for fun heading towards Squirrel Depot once again. So let's see if there's gonna be a skirmish there. On the other hand, for Chemical Depot, we're seeing two colors. That's gonna be orange and maroon. And that team are Juggernaut and Row for Asia. Let's see if they'll be having an engagement as well. But Vernice, from the match 1 and 2, it always starts off really slow, like the teams are just looting, and come the end of the match, it all snowballs and kills are being forced, eliminations are forced left and right. Those are what is happening. And quite now, it has always been a trend. And comparing from yesterday, we're seeing during the first 5 minutes, we're seeing a lot of off-cam kills. This one
Yes.
is a very different gameplay.
I think, Nikki, maybe our teams are just being more cautious this time around because, once you lose here, you really, or like once you don't really last a while, you're gonna feel it in the long run. I mean, I get it. The finals does have 12 games in it, but making if you have like multiple games that are good, you have good enough points, you might place, you might even take the top spot, you might even get into the rankings that have the prizes. But seeing the safe zone here, teams number 14, 12, and 13 are gonna probably have to move forward, sooner than the other teams because they're very far from the next safe zone.
Yes, talking about that, let's move on to our uh, top one victors. We're watching Mao RSP here. And they're at training base actually. They've already looted that
Ooh,
one.
like
Shifting here with Shift Bitter. They're done with Bitter Lake, I think, and heading towards below of it. And they're just looting everything that they can, grabbing as much as they can with their current loots. And like what you said, probably hopefully we'll be seeing more MGLs and RPGs and explosives in this match. But all it also depends on the loot crate where it will fall. Will there be a team to be utilizing the loot crate and the RPGs? Let's see that later on. This is the downtime. This is the time wherein our players are just safely looting every area and compounds that they will come across with. But as we can see, they tend to be intact and together as compared to actually splitting up with one another. They're actually always almost together.
Yeah, what I noticed is, like you said, unlike yesterday, there was a lot of early game kills.
Mhm.
So, I think teams probably just want to take the time to maybe get the best loot possible before getting into a skirmish because you'd rather have, your favorite guns. Like, for example, for Nikki, you'd rather have an AN-94 and a PT-19, right? Rather than, like, for example, a WRO and
Shotgun.
an AWM,
Yeah.
yeah? So, they're probably looking for the best weapons and the best arsenal that they can get before, because this is do or die, this is the grand finals of, the Top Clans Winter Invitational for Rules of Survival. And there's a lot at stake for these teams here.
Yes. Talking about at stake, they need to be a top 5 in order to have a chunk of the prize for 15,000 USD. I keep on saying that because it's
It's a
definitely something.
whapping
Yes, it's a
15,000 USD.
yeah, it's something to look forward to aside from honor glory too. And so I think they really have to perform really well. That's why, which explains they are doing this as slow and steady, but Weasel Teasy will be having the head of Chochu once again. This is gonna be a PFN Colossus again just for fun. Luan here quite stuck in this reach, probably surveillancing the area with just the Fly's Water doesn't even have much like a vest or helmet. And they've already lost one. No, Carlos is also down as well. As Weasel
Oh,
TZ was reaping everyone there, but Weasel TZ is also down. They need backup. the the question is, where are the rest of Just for Fun? Carlos has been
out there.
revived here now. He will patch himself up, trying to get a good loot. Like what you said, he only has M1887. That is a shotgun, 2 shells per hit, and they don't have a good resources for now and gears, and they've also lost Chocho in the process.
Look at what Carlos, is holding on to. An AWM and an M1887. That's not a really. They're both like one shots basically. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
if you're in a building and you have the M87, you're gonna have the advantage. But oh, he
Yes,
picked up a PP19, but he still
chased it.
doesn't have a rifle or whatever he likes. But right there,
Oh, what?
getting bashed by PFN bash, just one hits him with that AN94,
It
probably
happens
a
a lot
headshot.
whenever you're
Yeah.
looting. Whenever you're looting, someone shoots at you, and I really hate that kind of situation. Whenever I'm looting, someone's shooting at me. Like, bro, wait a moment, I'm still looting, but there's no waiting here. As Bash is about to go into the building and join in the battle,
Ooh.
we are seeing Per here just shooting and killing. And he is not yet done, as he was able to finally probably wipe off um, Just for Fun from the face of Gili Island.
Look at that shotgun action. We don't see that a lot. But I just want to point out a while ago when Bash was trying to get to his teammates, there was
Mhm.
actually like a billboard inside the game saying Top
Yeah,
Fans Winter Invitational. That was
yeah, I
such
saw
a
that
nice
too.
touch, right? It was so
Yeah,
cute. So we
I
have
also
another
noticed that.
skirmish here for Valiant Men versus Sentinel, the previous winners of game number 2. So we shall see on who rushes in first. I do see an RPG being held by someone by company, but then he will be taken out there as Zeref is actually gonna take a lot of shots. Then here also very low on health. But I think they're trying to find each other in this 3-story building right here. But I think for Valiantman is already down a member, and Sentinel then here just trying to find his opponents, but is not being able to do so. Trying to shoot at him, his opponent right here. They're
Oh,
actually taking down Moko in the process. Also very low on health, but they're trying to look for the remaining members of Four Valiant
oh.
Men as he takes down another one, and Yonker is the only one left for his team. But I think he might just disengage there.
For Sentinel, we already have 4 kills here. They're now patching up, and hopefully there's no third party to come and join in the battle while they are still patching themselves up. But that is a nice push coming from Zen from the right side, going towards the building and eventually pushing Brush's team there. Unfortunately enough for that team, they will be the next one to be eliminated. We're now down to 50 players. It's still quite slow. And yeah, teams are playing it cautiously. They're taking it slow as they know that this is just a day number 1. They still have chances for 6 more chances to add more points for tomorrow. This is just the circle. It doesn't hurt much, but
The
looking at the
flex.
trend, yeah, flexing those skills. I mean those skins as well. It adds up to your skills. Um, Looking at the teams right now, they tend to not. They are playing inside of the circle, but they take their time outside of it to loot. So it's actually working for these teams.
Very true. I want to point out this Nova skin. It's just so pretty. But
Yeah.
yeah, I agree with what you're saying. They're taking their time looting up, maybe inside and outside of the safe zone. Just really trying to get the best guns that they can and as much ammo as they can as well. Because what's tricky about SMGs sometimes, because they have such high fire rate. You sometimes would forget, oh hey, I'm running out of ammo now. So you have to get extra ammo every time you go into a building or maybe when you finish off a fight. So, I think that's one of the things that they're making sure that they have enough of. As well as meds, of course.
Exactly, and they keep on just spraying. That's why I like the SMGs. They're really good with close range battles, and you just spray and pray. But like what you said, sometimes you tend to forget, and you will reload in front of your enemy. That's not gonna look good. We are looking at is fake here, a very strong team going up against BTW, also another strong team. So if there will be a skirmish, if ever, this is gonna be an interesting one. We're seeing ammos and healing materials scattered here on the third floor, just being ready. Is Vegas being ready for a probable engagement against BTW? If they can just like flank probably on the right side,
Mm.
but I think they're just gonna wait because they're still playing inside of the circle and they have a good spot. This three-story building, the rooftop is a good spot, although it does have it cons like it's an open area from
Mm.
different angles, someone might snipe you, but I think having a team of four members, I think those players definitely can cover you in all angles if ever there's gonna be another team joining in this battle.
Yes, very true. Uh, this is going to be an interesting zone, Nikki. If ever it does end up, getting smaller in the water, that's going to be tricky for our teams right here. But we see Juggernaut here. I think just rotating and finding a position to camp in. Some of them are very low on health, but now we see Sentinel. Actually, I think they might have heard Juggernaut a while ago, but I don't think they're taking any action right now. So yeah, teams are very cautious so far. And Zeraf here is trying to scope out the houses below, but to none avail. No one he can't see anything right now.
Yes, and at least they do already have 4 kills now. 49. This is 49 players left. We just eliminated one. Because on the other hand, will be leaving the game for whatever reason that is. It won't look good for his teammates losing one member in the process.
Mm.
Um, right now we're seeing some teams quite near, but for Sentinel, they are our previous winners. Um, it's gonna be, the eyes of other teams knowing that Sentinel can take a game. They are a team to look out for. On the other hand, this is still going on. The rally between is fake and BTW, it has been quite long. Battle of patience is being tested. Your patience is being tested. No one is flanking right now. They're just holding their grounds here, but I think they're gonna rotate here from the third rooftop going towards to the second floor, probably looking at a good angle, or probably gonna go and escape and disengage if
Mm.
ever. But I'm not seeing a vehicle. Oh, there's a vehicle out there. I think they have two options to push and flank or to disengage. But knowing is fake, let's see. Oh, I think they're gonna rotate.
Yeah.
They're gonna rotate at the left side, not just gonna barge in front of that BTW. So yeah, I think they're
Actually,
gonna
it's
dis.
funny because they're both rotating at the same time. As you said, I think while Ispik was rotating, oh, okay, bump cars. What's
Ooh.
happening?
I think they've
Okay,
heard
so
the vehicle start
yeah.
probably.
So they took that time to rotate as well. I mean, you really don't want to battle it out outside of the safe zone because it's just
Mhm.
gonna chip away at your health. And sometimes, when okay, bump cars again. When your enemies are low on health, sometimes they actually get down by the zone. And when you do finish the other teammates, you won't actually get that kill because it's a knock out of the safe zone. So that's
Yes.
one less point for your team.
And you'll also be knocked out of the zone because it's not just the enemy that you're battling but also the zone as well. But you could, I think, tagging this the vehicle of Miko
Ooh,
Mikoku, I think this is not yet done for its fake and BTW. I think they're gonna carry over this skirmish in this particular
oh
area.
my
But
god.
it's
Oh
just so
my
bold enough
goodness.
driving that 50% or probably 70% health and 30%
Flaming
health
vehicle.
of the SUV. It's on fire literally, and he positioned it in such that he will have a good look or a sight against
Oh
his
my
fate.
goodness. I don't think I can, if I have another vehicle, I will definitely not drive that one. I would be too scared to ride it or drive it anywhere because it's just a few tags, even just one magazine from an SMG that's gonna burst out. But here we have Sentinel again, and actually a lot of teams in this area as we see Terror here as well as Santino and Eulogy almost dropping down at that cliff area. Nayon there getting spotted by Athena. I don't think they're taking any shots as of now though, but we do see Orange just driving up to this area trying to have an angle on the members of Terror here. And Athena will try to take some shots in, will be tagged here. And Orange will be knocked down and killed by actually knocked down by a grenade. But now Sentinel is actually taking this situation as a third party for against Santino and Terror, as we see Sentinel then going into this vehicle, maybe trying to rush in and help his teammates get some more kills for his team. And now both both Santino and Terror Pro Max are gonna be in trouble because this is three teams.
Yes, but are they gonna? He got tagged there. Someone is out there throwing in some shots again. Then we'll get that knockdown and another point for Sentinel. They were just rotating and getting a regrouping with his teammates, but someone actually followed them. That's gonna be from Santino. Kiapopo will be finished off. We're watching Sadistic on the other hand here from For Us, and they are rushing in someone on the other hand. This is Elite for the revive. He was able to do so, and they are now a complete squad. They're trying to fight against is that For Us? Yeah, For Us. Danza taking damage. He will be tagged. He will die in the process. And there's still two teams here for us on the left side. At the right side, we also have another team. Someone has been down there. He's actually doing his thing. They have this vehicle as a cover, this cottage as a cover as well. They scatter the vehicles in an angle wherein they won't be tagged by other teams coming from the high ground, because definitely they do have the disadvantage here. But the circle falls above them, so I think they still have the advantage playing inside of the circle. We're seeing For Us is fake taking one another. On the other hand, we have BTW on the right side, but I think Stain will be gonna go down. Someone from Terror will go down as well. There's a lot of kills here on the kill feed that we're watching. Xeno, on the other hand, just being sneaky, taking some shots and tagging someone, but it will retaliate onto his face as they will be wiped here on Gili Island. Although they have 8 kills, they will be done for. No more for Sentinel, our previous match winner. Juggernaut Shiba, on the other hand, here together with his teammates, they have 5 kills, looting every loot with the remains of those teams that they were able to wipe. So Elite, on the other hand, here still having a good hold of this area, probably gonna make a run for it. As the circle goes in, it will not fall onto their place.
Yes, this is going to be very interesting too, Nikki, because this zone is open. It's so open. If these teams don't have a vehicle or anything to cover with, because I think there's only a few like coconut trees in this area because it is the beach side and it's also downhill. So I think our teams are probably gonna try to get onto the high ground because that's where the advantage is, as we see Elite here trying to gun, I think trying to get to where Mao our XRSB is, but because I do see a kill on the feed there, and I think that's a wipe for Mao. Very oh no, not a wipe, but a kill. So Mao has one less member now, and now Elite looking really good right here. Actually has cover, trying to run up this hill and maybe find a few more, you know, other teams, enemies of theirs.
Yes, and now Elite. Elite is a team like what we've been talking about. Yonker from 4 Element will be done for Cake as well. Elite took down and got that kill. 6 points now for Elite Eho. Sneezy. This team is a team to look out for. They had been promising team from following our previous games during the qualifiers and finals and semifinals as well. Now seeing them step up here in this match, hopefully they'll be able to win some so that it will definitely boost their morale. On the other hand, is Fake here, Vantian with 8 medkits, and we're seeing a lot of healing materials onto the floor, probably playing outside of the circle. Many will be tagged. He's down. This is gonna be BTW Hope, but Hope will be down for, and Jerry for the save for his teammates. So that's a skirmish between BTW and Isfig. It has been so long. They have been having a bit of a sneak peek of the skirmish, but they weren't really that committed enough to actually push through. And finally, they were able to conclude that skirmish, and it will be is fake
Ooh.
to do so. And another is fake downed. Is Nisi will be downed by a member from is fake there. He will be revived, and now is the time for him to patch himself up. Now that's a good
Actually,
info.
Mao was the one that knocked him down from this
Oh, that
rock.
was Mao. I thought it was someone from
Yeah.
is fake, so it's gonna be Mao there. Here at the beach, throwing in some shots, damaging the vehicle, almost exploding it, but not yet.
But Mao actually holding a very good spot here, trying to be careful because they are, receiving a lot of things happening right there. We see a firecracker. They're trying to evade this situation right here because, just gunning Scarlet down right there, melting Scarlet for another kill. Actually, for the first kill for Mao right here. But they do have the advantage zone-wise, I think,
What?
because this
Look
zone
at the
is
map.
like 90% water,
Mhm.
90% ocean. But
And
it's
just 10% land. And like
yes.
what you said, this is gonna be interesting, especially you're the
So
Nostradamus,
open.
whatever you said, it happened. They're using a team work there, as this person is at on top of his teammate, just throwing in shots against Elite. I think that is Diablo, I'm not quite sure. 15 players left here, and people are emerging here in
Ooh.
the beach. They're having a battle, but I think number-wise, Sneezy's team has the advantage, as I'm like seeing just 2 member from Mao RSB here against a complete squad from Elite Iho.
I would just like to point out, I love how Elite basically lined up the cars to make
Yeah.
basically a barricade, a wall for them as protection. Even if, those cars are bursted out, will, turn crispy, they still have that wall to hide themselves with. And now we see, I think, a drone. I think they're just trying to gun it down so that, Mao doesn't get anyone from Elite. But Elite here standing strong with 11 kills on the board. And Juggernaut knocking down a Mao right there. And now Juggernaut actually getting tagged here. Wraith is going to get eliminated, as well as Haji Sam is going to be knocked down there. But Mao is now very low on health, barely keeping up, I think. But there's a member of Juggernaut out in the ocean?
What?
What?
I'm not quite sure with that, but yeah, probably
Oh.
Hajis already done, and the Elite Diablo took this advantage, took this time, while Mao RSB is busy with Juggernaut. So it's just, lucky. Elite is just lucky that they weren't the ones being sandwiched, and it
Yeah.
was Mao RSB. So unfortunately, even while they were busy with Juggernaut, Elite took that advantage to themselves, and now they are a complete squad here at the beach area, holding the circle, and we're just waiting for 2 more players playing outside of the circle, eventually exhausting their healing materials, and we're about to conclude our match number 3. Going back to what happened,
I just
yes,
wanna point out,
Juggernaut.
I don't know what happened there, but Juggernaut, for my point of view, was like in the water for a bit. Bitter Shift is right here. He's riding a boat. He might have a view of Elite here, but actually is
Oh,
being
Jerry
very
too. Oh.
too late. He ran out of healables there. But I think he might have been trying to, G launcher his way out of that, because I see a lot of throwables here, also like a crossbow. So yeah, but sad for Jerry, he wasn't able to take any
Yeah.
shots there. But Elite standing strong with, four members. And
Yes.
wow. Also, why does this happen to me, Nikki? Like yesterday as well, there was a water zone, and PH
Yeah.
as well. There's a water zone. There's always a water zone when I'm here, and I find it funny. But actually, Elite actually seeing Bitter
Shift. Yeah.
there.
Now they're gonna
Wow,
take the
swimming.
boat. No, they've already exploded it. They need to go inside of the circle. Probably they're gonna loot the remains of shift, but I doubt that it still have like medkits because you've been using it. I
Yeah.
think that's just 7 medkits. So let's see if they'll be able to loot the remains of shift there. We're still looking for 3 more players playing outside of the circle, and for elite they can't
Whoa,
be. They can't really
effects.
um yeah, nice effects. They can't really be reckless here. They still
Mm.
need to be cautious, even though they are a complete squad and they get a hold of the circle.
Wow.
They still need to be careful.
Mm. Look at
While,
that smoke though. With
yeah,
that
I like the
the
effects.
effects.
It's like
Wow.
dust, like glitters, golden
Mm.
glitters.
Golden celebratory glitter. But I like what Elite did here. Actually, they left all of their med kits to one member, and some of them went to, to go swimming basically in the sea. So Tyrant, wow, he's very far.
Yeah,
Look at
bad.
this, swimming.
And so if that's one player from Tyrant, we're still looking for 2 more players playing outside of the circle. So it's gonna be Elite, Tyrant, and 2 more players. We're not quite sure who those are.
Ooh,
Still has 7 medkits. And we have 7 players here on Gili Island, and we have 4 coming from Elite Iho, 1 from Tyrant, and 2 more unidentified players playing for the medkit strategy.
unidentified.
And unidentified.
Yeah. Well, very true, because we don't know where they are and who they are. But Elite here actually still has 10. Sneezy, at least, the one who is using up the medkit, while his teammates are probably somewhere swimming inside the safe zone. As we see Bad here from Tyrant with his last 3 medkits. I think he's also using up some bandages while he's waiting for the for his health bar to tick down a bit.
Oh yeah. He's also using it one after the other.
Hmm.
Probably
It's just to
alternating.
fight.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
Bad.
fake.
Hmm.
Still holding on for the placement points, but looking
Yeah.
at the bandage, I mean the healing materials, I think Tyrant will be the first one to go down
Hmm.
against is fake. Oh, he's also using the Medka strategy. Sneezy is playing outside of the circle while the other teammates are swam.
Swimming.
They already swam already at the middle of the circle.
Yeah. But it's going to be, if like one of the other teams have more medkits.
Yeah. Tyrant will
Oh,
be the first one to
dance
so
dance.
just 2 more players. One more player aside from Vantian.
Hmm.
One more player aside from Vantian, and we're about to wrap this up for match number 3.
Who's gonna go down first? That is a big question.
Yes, and yeah, interestingly enough, the circle fell onto onto the water, directly onto it. And we're just waiting for this to unfold and conclude. And there you have it. Vantian will bid farewell. And we're just
Phyllis
waiting for
timed it.
one more, one more player. Sneezy is down, knocked
Oh
down
my
as well.
goodness.
Trust here. They
Oh
are
my
in the
goodness.
middle. Bye bye, Sneezy.
If this player is nearby, he can just shoot Elite down.
Yes, they are definitely defenseless. They are in an open area, but it's gonna be Juggernaut.
Juggernaut!
5
She.
medkits, and knowing that Elite Iho doesn't even have a medkit. will Juggernaut be able to out survive the players from Elite with the three
I don't think
medkits?
so.
I doubt as well. So it's just
But
Juggernaut that we're waiting for.
if he could have gone, like, if he walked and then medkit, maybe he could have gone out and then maybe have a sight on Elite,
But
if he
he's
did it
too
earlier.
busy.
Yeah.
He's too busy patching himself up one after another. And this is it. The last remaining medkit for Juggernaut. And they will be getting second. Oh, is he looting?
Uh,
Will he
bandages.
loot something? Nope. Nope. Nope.
Bandages.
And there you have it, guys. Our match number 3 to be concluded. And Elite Iho will be bagging the victors for our match number 3.
That was very interesting. Up to the point that Elite had enemies still before the medkit strategy. It was very interesting because we saw Mao being sandwiched, a lot of action as well, and also very chaotic because it was downhill. People were taking the high ground. People were fighting for the high ground, and it was amazingly, such an adventure to see.
And just when one member thought that the water would be the safest place, they got killed by Elite Iho. And there you have it. That's just match number 3. When we return, we'll be giving you guys the updated scoreboard. And of course, match number 4. So don't go anywhere else because we will be giving you the highlights. So we will be back in a bit. Hi, survivors! Welcome back to the Top Class 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Stage Invitational Grand Finals Day 1. We are still your shoutcasters. My name is Nikki alongside with me is Bernice. And now, we've already concluded match number 3 and we're about to show you guys the updated scoreboard. So,
Nikki,
Bernice,
match was very impressive for some teams because I actually can't believe that Elite was able to spot a bitter shift from out in the ocean, and I just didn't expect them to, check there, but they did, and they got another kill for that. And now here we have the scoreboard of 4 Valiant Men, sadly on the bottom right now, just for fun on the 14th, followed by RoS for Asia, Born to Win, Bitter for Us, and Terror Pro Max on the 9th.
yes, together with their corresponding points, giving us an idea of how many points they still need to add to their current standing. But here is the upper half of our spectrum, hailing at top 1, removing Mao XRSB from top 1. We have Elite Iho with a total of 51 points. With 7 points deficit, we have Mao XRSB sitting at second spot. Third, we have Is Fake Main with just 1 point behind from our second spot. Fourth spot, we have Tyrant, Sentinel on 5th, Santino PH on 6th, Juggernaut on 7th, and finally PFN Colossians at 8th. And again, to remind everyone, top 5 from our grand finals day 1 and 2 overall top 5 will get a chunk of our prize pool, which is 15,000 USD.
I mean, there's a lot that you can do with even just taking a part of that big chunk of the prize pool, that's still a lot of dollars for you to use up. But yeah, I know that our teams are probably doing their best, and maybe sometimes they're getting caught off guard and not surviving long enough for the battles, but I know they're doing their best to at least get a piece of that prize pool that we've been talking about. As we see right now, this is going to be the 4th match for today, starting in just a bit at 15:30 GMT plus 8. All the matches are going to be on Gili Island, of course, because there's no other map that I would rather play and other than Gili Island.
Course. And if you just tuned in, dear survivors, here are the previously concluded victors for match number 1. We will be having Mao XRSB. For our match number 2, that's going to be Sentinel. And our previously concluded match, that's going to be for Elite Iho. The question now is, will there be a repeat back-to-back win coming from those 3 teams, or will there be a new team emerging from our 15 teams? Let's find out as we jump here on Gili Island, match number 4.
Oh, look at all those colors right there. And I know that cluster of people heading down onto Squirrel Depot or the house is in between Research and Squirrel Depot. They're gonna fight later on in like the first few minutes. I know it. And we also see a lot of wait, team number 13 is still, I think, on the plane because some of his teammates already jumped down, so might be experiencing some kind of a
Lag,
technical
probably.
difficulty. Yeah, but now he's gonna be caught up in a very awkward situation because team number 14 will probably loot up Rust Bay, and 12 will loot up Windcliff, but that singular member of team number 13 only has like a few houses to loot up, so it's not gonna look good for him.
Yes, especially if he decides to regroup with his teammates, it's gonna be a team blocking the way. So let's see what they're gonna do in order to have a rendezvous. So now PFN Colossians, it's always been PFN, and just for fun, let's see for another round if they're gonna have another engagement with one another. Will there be a redemption coming from just for fun against PFN Colossians, but clients in the process will be down as early as now. As we can see,
Wow.
58 players. Carlos pushing Whistle TZ here once again. This is gonna be a battle against PFN Colossians, and just for fun, for the fourth time here on Gili Island. On our grand finals match, match number 4, the number 1, Chocho, is just below Whistle TC here in this very area. He will guard the stairway. Will he be able to do so? P19 again sa PP19, Chocho receiving damage. Whistle TC here still 100%. Carlos is together with him with the healer gun there. And this is going to be 2v1 as Whistle TC will be parkouring, going to the first floor with the shot. But he will get tagged and finally killed here by Carlos. And that is a redemption coming from Just for Fun, killing 2 players from PFN Colossus. And they're not yet done as they will be seeking the rest of the PFN Colossus.
That was actually so well done for PFN there. He knew that he was outnumbered. He tried to go out. He tried to parkour, but he's just outnumbered. There's 2 members of Just for Fun right there trying to gun him down. So good on them to get their revenge finally.
And talking about that last 2 member, that's gonna be Per and Bash, very low on health here at the pyramid. Inside of it, Tachumiya and his teammates pushing in Scarlet. Already inside, I think this Harumaini here at left. They gonna flank in these 2 remaining players of PFN. And as we can observe, PFN got eliminated. 2 of their members got eliminated because they got 2-2 split. They did not stick with one another. It's so hard for them to actually help those 2 members who were eliminated by Just for Fun.
Oh.
Now deployables are being thrown. Scarlet, Hermione here for forward push. Bash throwing in nades there. Will it connect? Let's see what's gonna happen there at Tasumina. Pushing with the P90 here against that M16. Switching to an AN94 here, throwing in some shots. It's gonna be 3v1. It's so hard for Bash to hold this ground as he will go down finally for PFN Colossians.
That was probably very scary for Bash right there. There was a lot of jumping members of that opposing team there. But we have here Santino Nayon trying to, quick snipe a member of Tyrant here. But I think picking up some healables on the way.
Ooh, T-Cuz is down and done for. That's an easy kill come from Nayon there. 1 kill already for Santino PH here at this area. And I think he's still looking for other members to add more kills to their current kills right now.
He's very fast right now. I think he's using the healer gun, and also
Yeah.
because the fly swatter gives you a little bit of a boost, so he's at maximum speed right now. But yeah, Per
Oh.
here just sitting on top of the, well, not on top, like mid-level pyramid, just trying to stay safe. He has no helmet, no healables, just like what, 200 SMG ammo, and that's 4 magazines basically. That's not a lot.
Mhm.
And we
And-
have here RoS for Asia just trying to, I think, look for Per maybe, but I don't think they're gonna spot him unless they look up.
Yes, and these teams are not taking so much time um, being stationary in a particular area. They tend to move a lot in mobile. They tend to scout and then loot and then move on to the next site.
Oh
It's just
no.
this game number 4 is the
No.
fastest as I can compare to the previous matches for our grand finals day 1. But of course, Spur is not yet safe. He doesn't even
Oh.
have any healing materials. He doesn't even have a helmet.
He's also in the bombing zone.
Yes,
Which
this
is,
is. You really hate the bombing zone.
yes, I hate
Bernice.
the bombing zone very much so. I don't want to say anything. It just might happen, but
You're gonna jinx it.
yes, I don't want to jinx anything. So that's why I'm gonna say it. But RoS for Asia being very safe, which is what you really should do when you're in the bombing zone. Just taking cover and looting as well in this warehouse. And now
Since
they're gonna move along.
Yeah, and since it turned sour for PFN to be losing three members as early as now, I think they first just gonna wait for these players to move out of the pyramid of that area and then finally go other way and loot for medkits and play for the medkit strategy. On the other hand, Juggernaut here just having a sight against Sentinel, our match number two winners here, fully loaded with their ARs and SRs. We can see AWM and 94 there. And I think they're just gonna wait here. They can have a good hold of this area as it can be
Oh,
a good cover.
Zeref is going to be knocked down though by Juggernaut there. So they're, one member is down, but I think that's a quick pickup anyways because they're by each other right there. So I don't think they're gonna engage this anytime soon. We might be looking at another stalemate, but they are trying to take some shots at each other and very jumpy action happening right now.
Well, they are in the open. They have again
Oh, are they
options
rushing?
to rush in or to
They're rushing.
disengage, but right now they are shooting, so probably they're gonna rush in here. We are watching Elite here throwing in some shots with the flag from behind, shooting someone out there and just killing that eventually. And the Chocho from up above will be tagged as well. And this is a fast push coming from Elite 6 here, throwing in some shots, but will be down as well. Two from their teams had been down already. Just for fun, Luan already down, Carlos down as well, brother as well. And this is just Chocho for his team, patching himself up. Will he be able to save Carlos or brothers? Let's see what's gonna happen.
Brothers is just gonna bleed out there. I think they're trying to look for Carlos and he does have high ground, but we're now going to change it up because we see right here Bitter versus Born to win. Bitter has the high ground. They do have a time scope, so they have the advantage right here in terms of positioning, but they are keeping tabs on what's behind them just in case they do get a backstab there. But we're going back to just for fun. Chocho trying to do the best that he can for his team as Trust is right there on his sides. But I think he will try to rush in and maybe, healer gun his teammate right here, Carlos. So it's going to be a 2v1 situation. Now, being successful at doing so. And now they're gonna try to rush in and look for the last remaining member of Elite. But I think he's also trying to revive his teammate now. Throwable there. But Chocho will be taken down. Amazing,
Trust.
actually. Trust in trust.
Yeah, you
Because
put
he
your
was able
trust
to
in
look
trust
it up.
there.
Yeah.
He was able to clutch that game. I thought the the throwable will actually connect, but that is an upset coming from Elite. On the other hand, Santino Quiapopo here, they only have one kill, but looking at their loot, it's quite decent for the mid game, but not so if they're gonna push in towards the late game of our match. We're down to 45 players. There are a lot of teams being knocked down in our kill feed. We're seeing that right now. And Baby Wim here at the terrace, I think being ready for a skirmish against Santino. This is gonna be for us against Santino. Nayon is flanking, being sneaking from behind, but there you have it. The Popo with the Vector, just throwing some shots. Luigi is there, going into this room and finally knocking down that member. They're not yet done as they've seen someone from Forest gonna be dead. So 3 versus 1 situation, and that's a clean wipe coming from Santino PH. They've committed to their push and they were able to carry out. So 5 kills for Santino.
What a push though. Santino just ganging up on for us there. Taking multiple entries. Basically, someone was coming from the stairs, someone was parkoured and then went up the window, and some of them were also outside just securing all the places that their opponents could exit from. But a very well timed push there by Santino. But now we have here is fake versus another team. They are gonna try to gun down this burning vehicle, knocking down 2 at the same time, and now looking for the last remaining member here. And I think this is Hermione going to try to disengage here. Is going to go downhill, but the other members of her team will be knocked down, and her Hermione just trying to hang on as two members, Metcon and Jerry, are going to try and finish off the last remaining member as they do right here.
3 kills for is fake, adding more points to their current standing. Everything's just happening so fast, skirmish after another, and we're seeing that the teams here are ready for this kind of engagements. For Valiant Man from afar, not quite far, like maybe 150 meters in front of Sentinel. They can actually push this one. They don't have a vehicle though, so they do
Oh, they
have
do.
sports car parked
They have
here.
a very bright vehicle.
Yeah, it's neon green sports car. Very
Two of
flashy
them.
and sensitive, so they can flank to the left and to the right side of this very area. Brush and the rest of Parvalment, but they gonna deploy that drone first. There's a lot of drone happening right now. There's a lot of people controlling drones, and then Zeref here trying to get a good spot to snipe these people, but it's just so hard for him to do so. But there you have it, a lot of drones are being used. There's a lot, like how many? Three drones at least?
I'm not sure anymore because we're switching up perspectives, and it's kind of difficult as we see right there that drone. They failed to burst it out as Exhort will actually take one down, and now that's their time to push right here. 4 Valiant Men going to be in trouble. One of them is down already. Exhort is just right there trying to save keep on the distance, and 4 Valiant Men successfully downing one member here. Yonker will be down as well, but I think he was healer gun by his teammate there. But now they're gonna try to look for the remaining members of Sentinel, and now actually this is very tricky because now they have 1 kill. I think they were able to take out one member of Sentinel. Throwable there, grenade. Will it connect?
Oh!
PP19 connects onto him as company tries to burst down Zeref here, but will not be able to take the knockdown. But now both teams are being very careful, Nikki.
I think this is gonna be the reset, whereas they are gonna patch themselves up, but drone has been used once again by Sentinel there, and it will finally go down. Company for the push here at the right side, but look at how Zeref and then situated on top of the roof. The only downhill for these two teams is that if other teams will be hitting this kind of engagement and try to be the third
As
party,
right now they heard.
there you have it. Terror heard that kind of engagement. Now gonna situate themselves in a good angle here at the above that hill. But Moku will be down, losing two members already for 4 Valid Men, and I think that's gonna be the signal for Zeref. He will be using the healer gun for the boost. Exor just peeking at the window. Company just trying to get a hold of this trash can, and hopefully will be able to get something out of nothing but X-Gate throwing in and popping some shots. They're finally trying to probably get something from this kind of engagement between these two teams. If ever there's an opening, he'll definitely grab it, and he's doing it right now. He's popping shots. He's revealing himself, he's showing himself. Unless, oh, he has a silencer attached.
Ah, there you go. Someone is rushing in, I believe. I think that's going to be Terror's teammate, but it will be taking some shots there. Spaghetti will be knocked down, actually. Athena is trying to, revive his teammate there, but it was too late as Athena will try to parkour up onto the second floor. Being very careful though, because he is gonna take some shots, and then from Sentinel is going to be knocked down, but revived by the healer gun. Athena trying to face the members of Sentinel all alone, but now XK comes into the fray, knocking. Actually, 4 Valiant Men are knocked down as well here. X-Gate gonna try to provide backup for Athena as she is now bleeding down here. But X-Gate is going to be knocked down as well, and now Cowboy from Terror is the only one left as Sentinel does have eyes onto Cowboy right there, but they have to be very careful because 4 Valiant Men is just right here at the side, and they don't know when a 4 Valiant men will rush in and take advantage of the situation.
Yeah, despite losing two members in the process. Oh, there you have it. X Gate will be done for. I think for Terror, they came on an early call. That's a bit early to be engaging. Actually, they it has been for Validman to become the third party between Sentinel and Terror. The tables have turned against them, and it blew up to their faces, definitely eliminating themselves in the process, which is really
Yeah.
a fiasco. That pandemonium that happened there. It
There was a lot that happened. Also, Nikki, I just
was
want to
so
there. They actually, went in one by one, which isn't really the best when you're gonna try to rush in. I mean, yes, I get that you have your own vehicles, but at least ride, your own vehicle and rush in at the same time instead of going by one, because I think that was what led to their demise.
yeah. So yeah, I think it's a matter of timing. Still matter of timing, and their timing was not really right. So moving on, we have Mao RSB. Still no kills, but playing at the middle of the circle. If we're gonna see the minimap at the lower left side of our screen, we can see that they're actually playing at the middle of our circle at Giri Island, and they are really gonna play it inside of the circle. Oh, Tyrant Crying will be
Oh,
knocked down by Santino Orage. Ooh, using a vehicle to knock him down. So it's gonna be a skirmish between those teams. On the other hand, for Bitter here and Born to Win, they have side against one another. Girisut inside of the building.
I was surprised there. I think I saw either a RPG or a
Yeah,
grenade pop,
grenade.
but it didn't connect. But I was surprised. But I find it funny because one of the members of Bitter is actually wearing a ghillie suit
Yeah,
inside the
inside.
building, which
It's
it defeats the purpose of the ghillie suit because when you're wearing a ghillie suit, you want to be in the grass so you blend in,
yeah.
not in the building. But I guess it is better to have cover than just wearing the ghillie suit.
Exactly, and probably the new meta. Just kidding. We're watching Mao. We can see that despite they're inside of the building, they are actually situated in all angles that they are able to hold this building. That's why they're gonna play inside of the circle. They actually gatekeeping the area, throwing shots at everyone that's going inside of it. We can see
Mm.
Ispec, we can see another team, we
Elite.
can see Elite, and there's just showing that we're holding this area, we're keeping this from anyone who wants to enter in. And that is a very brave move coming from Mao RSB to be playing inside of the circle and to be in the middle of it.
Ooh. Ooh.
Who
Elite
is
here
that?
from there's a lot of members here of board game. He is actually taking down one, two members of my goodness, Trust on a fire right now. Just wreaking havoc against
Oh no.
killing Cyberpunk and his teammates right there. Very low
It's just like
HP.
surprise.
Surprise! I'm in this doghouse, and
Yeah.
now three bodies are right here. He's free to loot them all, but
Boom.
he is being thrown throwables at. I think that might have come from Santino. I think
Yeah.
it did, and now Trust is very low on health, trying to position himself, but not going to be enough as he will be taken down by Nion.
They could have
Nion
done
will be
that.
taken down by
Ooh,
Mao.
okay.
Okay. Wow.
Okay, they could have done that. They could have thrown grenades into the doghouse, but they chose to go in, and to their surprise, they got eliminated one after another. That's a three kill already for that person.
Mm.
But yeah, they were able to eventually avenge the death. But for Santino, we're seeing a lot of deaths and reports on our kill feed there. But still, for Mao, they were complete squad here is still having a hold of this area, still inside of the circle. On the other hand, Yuli G here will be. I'm not quite sure if they have the vehicle to go in. We're down to 21 players, still quite a number for this kind of
21?
circle. Yeah, small circle
But
for
for
a
this,
lot.
oh
Yes.
my god.
So we'll be
This is
seeing an elimination later on, one after another. So be ready and prepared for it, Bernice.
I don't think I'm gonna be ready because this is gonna be a bloodbath. I think I need to take like a sip of water before this all goes down because 21, that's a
Mhm.
big number for this type of safe zone. And
Boom.
actually, A and B here spotting a drone, trying to burst it down. He does get tagged in the process, so very good on him to notice that because if he noticed too late, he would have been, knocked down.
Actually, drones are killer drones
Yeah.
for a reason. I mean, look at how much health he was left after the drone shot him. It's like 10%. On the other hand,
Yeah.
this is fake. They're still complete. They
Oh,
have 4 kills, but there are a lot of kills here on our kill
Santino.
feed. Yes, there. I think it's a good signal for them to somehow back out or reposition themselves. But Nayan here for the healer gun. Mao Alpha for the push together with Axel. This is gonna be 2v1 against Nayan. Will Nayan be able to catch this with the PP90? Let's see what's gonna happen. Axel here with 80% of his health. Nayan here on the back says, but being very cautious as Zen and Elite is at the left side. Bitter Trum as well. Nayan is in the pitch. He will be sandwiched against how many players? Like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players here against him. And on the other hand, Xenexor will be killed in the process here. This is gonna be Bitter's victory for that kind of skirmish. But
Oh,
Nayan will be finally knocked down here
Taylor.
by Saitama Bitter from the left side of the gas station. I think they're gonna be pushing now. Bitter will be pushing, and we're seeing Bitter Chum will be knocked down as well as Zen will retaliate from that kind of angle. Oh, however, Mao still standing here, just 2 kills for themselves, but still having a hold of this area. But the circle is no longer to their favor.
Yeah. They're gonna have to move in, in time because you don't want to tank this zone because it's gonna be painful. But is fake is right there. Early rotations coming in from them, and now Mao has eyes on them, but also Isfik has to be very careful because Cowboy actually Midcon was killed and down by Cowboy from Terror, I believe, while all of that action was going down there from below from Bitter, Sentinel, Mao, and Santino a while ago. But here we have Jerry just keeping an eye out for the high ground as we see kills going down on the feed. It's going to be very tricky because this is quite an open area, and if the teams don't have some kind of a vehicle, they won't be able to get any cover or rotate in as fast as they can.
Yes, and now this is the aerial view of our map. The circle is really small, and we're seeing players emerge in like this team here. It's team number 9. That is gonna be Mao RSB. Our players playing inside of the circle. We're watching Terror Cowboy. He's very low
Mhm.
health. He doesn't have a med kit. Will he be able to take one? No. He will be done for. No more terror in our game number 4. Moving back to Mao there. We are now left with like 11 players here. We are watching Mouse making some shots there. Vito will be good, but it will not connect onto him. But there you have it. He will be knocked out by the RPG by his fake Jetty. Jetty just throwing all those RPG. He's also downed in the process as someone from Mouse is retaliating against him. Being tagged here, we are watching Isfake. One player from Isfake there, Mao Alpha will revive his teammate, and this is, I think, a victory coming from Mao as they were able to wipe Isfake there.
And I think there's one last member of Isfik, if I'm not mistaken. But they do see another player and finishing that off. They do have a lot of kills. Mao showing us great consistency, and right now, there's still 4 members of them inside the safe zone, and I think they're just gonna safeguard this. And, use the drone. Maybe if there's any enemies nearby, they're gonna be able to see.
Yes, Now, looking at the kills, they have 8 kills. They're still a complete squad. And we're just waiting for the last 3 players. Could be a same team, could be from different team. Let's find out later before we conclude our match number 4. Oh, we can
Tyrant.
see Tyrant Bad patching himself up. And he's really, it would be difficult for him to actually go into the circle as Cake is guarding, gatekeeping the edges of the circle. They're actually not yet inside of it. They are definitely guarding it from someone, and
Oh,
that's gonna be Bad. He only has one more med kit to go, and
first, he has
sadly for
one.
Tyrant, he will be the first one to be eliminated in our match number 4 as we are about to conclude this one. Yes, like what you said, it's gonna be really hectic leaning towards the final circle. He is gonna
Mm,
make a run for it with his healer gun. Will he be able to clutch
look at
this
that
one to go
speed.
inside of the circle? Yeah, very, very fast for a booster with the Fly Swatter med kit, healer gun rather. But he now sees where the other members is at. Bad is so near
Oh,
against Mao Axel. Will there be a skirmish? And there
nope.
you have it. He'll be done for and will be. I think he won't be looted. Doesn't even have anything notable with himself.
I
He
think
already lost his
is he?
medkits, right?
I think Tyrant there had really no
Boom!
choice but to go in because oh,
Someone is shooting him. I know he just got knocked out of the safe zone. He forgot to heal. He
I
did
think he
not
was
time it.
healing, but it wasn't enough. What we have here is fake Avantian again, just like last game. One of the few remaining teams here. Also remember because I think it was Vantian as well from last game that was able to get garner some points by using the medkit strategy. But yeah,
Yes, but I think he's just 4 medkits and probably 3 or 2 now. So they're using the walker. I really hate the walker because
I can't.
it makes a lot of noise. But knowing that they're the last man standing here inside of the circle, which
It's like a
explains
celebration.
yeah, celebration. But it's really noisy from
Yeah.
afar. Enemies will definitely you'll definitely reveal your presence to, against enemies for watching Vatian. Down. Look at that. Jumping on top of the SUV. They're just celebrating. One more player left. It's gonna be Elite Iho Diablo.
Squirrel Depot.
That's really far. That's really far from our circle.
Look at that wiggle.
Yeah,
I
so
feel like he knows. He
they
knows he's
currently have 5 kills and then 12.17 points here for this match. On the other hand, for these people who are jumping like
sorry.
frogs,
I'm so
jumping
sorry.
like frogs, they will have 15 placement points and I think 8 kills.
Mm.
So let's see what's
It's
gonna happen if there's gonna be a shuffle on our updated scoreboard later on. But this is another win for Mao X RSB. It might not be a back-to-back, but still considering a team with 2 wins here in our match, in our grand finals day one, that is something that is a consistency being revealed and shown to us by Mao X RSB.
I just want to point out, like, I think it's Mao, Elite, and is fake who are
It's like,
constantly always on top. Like even they're whenever they last until the final stages, they're always consistently there. They never get eliminated early or mid game, but yeah, it's very impressive.
yes, impressively enough, we'll be showing you more impressive plays for our match number 5 later on. But for now, we will be showing you guys the highlights of match number 3. So don't go anywhere else because we will be back in a bit.
And we are back here, the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Invitational. Once again, we are your casters. My name is James, together with Vernice. And Vernice, earlier we had round 3 and 4, Mao just winning 2 rounds for 2 rounds out of 4 currently that they've played. And Elite back in round number 3, they were really that's all that I can say, Bernice. What are your
Oh,
thoughts about round number 4 earlier?
Uh, honestly, a lot of action went down. But honestly, I couldn't forget the last few moments of it. But here we have the point system, the scoreboard. So for Valiant Men, not really doing that well, holding on to the 15th spot, followed by Just for Fun, Rose for Asia, Born to Win. For us, Juggernaut and TFN Colossians. They are the teams on the bottom half of the scoreboard right now.
Well, for Valiant Men does still have 2 more rounds to actually prove themselves for today. But here at the top of the rankings right now, we have Elite Iho with 69 points. Mao RSB with 68 points. At second place is Fake Main at third place with 57 points, followed by Sentinel, Tyrant, Santino PH, Terror Pro Max, and Bitter. And these teams still have um technically 8 rounds to play here in the grand finals, but 2 rounds of 4 left for today, as we are going to have our round 5 in just a bit. But Vernice, round number 4 was really something. you know um like what I told you, like what I said earlier, Vernice, they are
Okay,
they,
but
yeah, they
um,
are, yeah.
honestly, I am, very much shocked on how consistent the top three are today.
Mhm.
Like for example, they're already holding on to that top three. They're only like interchanging between each one. But right now we're going to be starting a match number 5 in just a bit at 16:20 GMT plus 8, of
Mhm.
course on Gili Island. But as I was saying, they're always consistently on the top. They're always either in the games, they're always top 1, 2, or 3, because we saw a while ago as Mao XRSB winning game number 4, getting the first double victory for today. I think the second place was either Elite or is Fake. So they're very consistent in that those kinds of terms. But here we have our previous winners for our matches for today. We have Mao XRSB, Sentinel, and Elite Iho, as well as another win for Mao XRSB as we fly in onto Gili Island for game number 5.
And this is going to be a tough battle, especially for Valiant Men. They're at the bottom of the scoreboard right now. They do want to catch up in terms of points, but in order for them to do so, they need to perform really, really well. We still
Mm.
have 2 more rounds for today, like what I've mentioned earlier. And looking at the situation right now, at the map, we can see that teams are still landing at their designated spots just for fun, still landing at Scroll Depot area, but not really at the bottom part or at the left side of Scroll Depot. We still have teams landing there in Safe Store, which is Elite Eho. Born to Win still landing there in Wheattown. Santino, of course, in Windcliff. Thermal Power, we have Terror Pro Max. We still have Juggernaut still landing there in Chemical Depot. Still the same teams at the same spots. And of course, not to mention Vernice,
Hmm.
Bitter. You know where they are landing, always at
No.
Bear Lake.
No,
And
I
the
don't
four
know,
Valiant
James.
Men in Echo Valley, they all have their designated landing spots. Nobody this time around changed their landing spot for now, except for, I think that's Mao RSB, because previously, or back in round 2, I think they actually landed in Observatory or near Observatory, there
Mm.
in the houses in Observatory. But right now, they landed in Training Base. For Research Edifice, we have Rover Asia right there. They landed there back then in the earlier rounds as well. So maybe they still have plans for today. Maybe they don't want to readjust just yet because what they are doing is really working for them. But for four valiant men and for those who are at the bottom of the scoreboard right now, they need to readjust. They need to re-strategize and maybe come up with a different tactic to actually deal with their opponents here in this lobby.
Very true. You know, if something doesn't work for you, you need to try, doing something different, like James just said. But right now, for Mao, is fake and elite. You know, things are really working out for them today. They're very consistent. They're very strategic as well with their rotations, which is very impressive. And as we see right here, for Valiant Men, just having a nice drive. I think they're gonna try to go to the houses behind the Echo Valley to get some more loot.
Yes, and the landing spot there in Echo Valley for Echo Valley, it's a hit or miss because sometimes you will get enough loot for your whole squad, sometimes you won't, and it's really a hit or miss for Echo Valley in Echo Valley. But same thing will happen right here. PFN Collusions just taking down just for fun again and again and again. Now there's only one person or one player left for J4F, and I think they already finished him off. And PFN Colossians back in round 1 and 2, PFN Colossians were the ones who eliminated just for fun in both of those rounds. I'm not really sure with rounds 3 and 4, Bernice. But you know, back in round number 1 and 2, they were the ones who eliminated them. And it happened again here in round number 5.
Mhm. I
So
can honestly feel some kind of a rivalry going on between those two teams right there.
I think there is a rivalry between these two teams, but you know they've been battling it out against each other here for today for 3 whole rounds already, and I think they encountered each other as well back in round 3 and 4. I'm not really sure if you know just for fun already redeemed themselves against PFN Collusions, but
They did, they
PFN
did.
Collusions always almost come out on top in every situation because they catch just for fun off guard.
I
And
think it was game number 4 that they were finally able to get their revenge and they were
mhm,
able to wipe out PFN.
yes, and that's good for them. And earlier though in round number 2, just for fun eliminated Elite Eho in a 1 versus 1 battle. So that's really a good thing because you know we know just for fun, it's not really playing just for fun.
Mm.
They are playing for their themselves, the prize pool of course, and you know the bragging rights that you can tell your friends, your family, yourself that hey, you know I placed high in this tournament, I actually won this tournament, or
Mm.
you know this is going to be a big deal for them if they actually place high here after round number 6 later on. But looking at the situation right now, we are seeing Santino already pushed out from a Wincliff. They are going to loot this crate that just landed here beside thermal power, and this is going to be something for them. I think they will be looting some stuff. They might get an RPG or an MGL, and
We shall
they are
see.
going to encounter Juggernaut coming from mass out earlier.
But I think they
This is
just,
this is terror. This is terror rather.
yeah, they just drove by, I think.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, it's the early game, the previous games, at least during the early stages of the game, it's very chill. You know, as if they're preparing themselves for basically like a war.
Mm-hmm.
Because during the late games, it's very it positioning is so important. Also, keeping the numbers within your team is also very important. So right here during the early games, they're also careful and very tenacious as well.
The terror spaghetti. They are just playing a little bit safe here. Because earlier in the earlier rounds, they can actually wipe out their opponents very very
Mm.
quickly. I'm curious to see where Row for Asia is right now because back when we saw the map earlier, they were in Research Edifice.
Mhm.
And they might encounter PFN collisions if PFN collisions were to go to that area as they were earlier. They were actually passing by, I think, the
Mhm.
Research Edifice area earlier. So they might encounter Rover Asia right there. But right now, we are seeing Santino Orange
Oh,
getting knocked down by four valiant men. And that might be the signal for Valiant Men to push in because
I,
this is going to be dangerous for Santino. I'm not sure if they actually picked him up or picked Orange up.
yeah, they did.
They
They
did, they
did.
did, they did. They
But
did.
uh, just Santino being very fast with that res, because you don't want to be one member less.
Mm-hmm.
Especially at like a tournament like this, as we see right here for Valiantman trying to push, but actually using, I think, that truck as a bait,
Mm-hmm.
because no one was in it. They just made, let the truck drive, and then they were focused on that, and then use that signal for them to disengage.
Yes, and the no for us is going to go up against Born to Win right here. They are just going to hold this area in logging camps. Born to Win is at the other side of that bridge, so they might not actually push any further for now, as they want to hold their spot. They are inside that zone, so they really don't need to rotate just yet. They might just
Yes.
wait for that next save. I think they are in the middle of that zone. Maybe they are, or we'll know when the
No, no,
safe
no,
zone
no.
closes in.
I think the safe zone actually closed down a
They're
bit
not in.
early. Yeah, they're
No,
not
they're
not
not in the middle.
anymore.
Not anymore. Not anymore. So yeah, that's really unfortunate for us. But the safe zone is just near. There is a building there in logging camps that they can actually camp. But they are waiting for Born to Win to rotate first before going in themselves. As we see an overview of the map right here, we have people in Mass Out Factory. Juggernaut is just there on the left side as we are seeing a skirmish right here happen. Cyberpunk just destroying the vehicle that their opponents hid right there in the building.
Mhm.
And Vernice, we've seen how Born to Win or how Born to Win clutches a game or a round even with only a single player left in their squad, especially
Yes.
Berserker. Because I really can't forget what Berserker did yesterday in the
Mhm.
semifinals, just taking down four players in that staircase.
Yeah.
When they came up, just going in for those shots and just eliminating the whole squad. But
I mean,
we also saw a similar situation using an MGL. I
mhm.
forgot what which team used that MGL for to eliminate their
um,
opponents.
uh, I remember what you're saying. I just don't remember either. I think it might have been Bitter. Not sure, but it, as like you said, Berserker. I mean, it's in his name. He could go berserk sometimes when he needs
Mm-hmm.
to, so he knows how to clutch things up. But right
Mm-hmm.
here, Santino actually very near the crate here. I don't think they're gonna take it. Maybe use it as bait as well. Maybe for some other teams to take, and just gut them down if ever they do try to take it.
Well, they are near that. They have a good overview of that crate right there, but it can actually get easily blocked by a vehicle. So maybe
Mhm.
if they have an RPG on hand, that will work really handy for them, especially because they earlier they looted the crate. That's
Yeah,
just beside them.
yeah.
So maybe if they actually try and loot that crate again, maybe they can get an RPG or maybe they can get an MGL,
They're
or
very
something
lucky
even
with the
better.
the, the crates, huh?
Yes, almost all the crates are just with them right now. But Hope, not really hoping to live right here because he is knocked down by for us. I think he's far from
Ooh.
his teammates.
Maybe
I
he
think he's
was
in the
trying
other
to
side though. He's trying to flank.
swimming. Yeah.
Maybe he was trying
And
to flank for us.
yeah, very possible, but very unsuccessful flank as he will get finished off with the firecracker.
Not really hoping for a lot there. And very unfortunate for Born to Win Hope. As for us, we'll get a point here for eliminating that player. But looking at the situation right now, Vernice, 52
Mm-hmm.
players left. Nobody really actually taking the initiative in being aggressive in this fight for now.
Mm-hmm.
But we might seeing a really huge skirmish later in probably safe zone number 4.
Very possible. Also, you know, there's still 52 players remaining and they're very careful, so we are definitely going to see a lot of action later on, but we do
Mm-hmm.
see some action on the board right there. PFN actually eliminating members of, I think this is
Roll for Asia.
RoS for Asia. Yeah.
Yes, and like what I said earlier, Venice, because they
Hmm.
were in the area that Rover Asia was back there in the research edifice. I'm not really
Hmm.
sure where they eliminated each other though, but PFN Colossians, they have been really aggressive in this fight. They've been actually dominating their opponents left and right if they actually encounter them in a one versus one situation. But sometimes if they get pushed, they can get caught off guard as well, especially if there is a third party team that will just shoot them down from behind, or if their member gets knocked down really really quickly. This is PFN Colossians are have a hard time in turning things around. But I think
Yes.
currently they have 7 kills on the board since they eliminated 3 members from Rover Asia and the whole squad off just for fun, as we had a little bump car action here by Tyrant.
Bunkers. But what actually, James, if only you were there. I think it was Mao using the walker, jumping on top of a car during the last circle. It was hilarious. But we
Uh-huh.
have here PFN
Woo!
Bash and Kalai is going to be knocked down on the hands of for us here, and full killing them in the process as well. And now PFN only down to 2 members, but for us with 2 kills on the board.
Yes, and like what I told you, what I said earlier, Vernice, PFN Colossians can get off guard because
Yes.
for us was there and Elite was the one who eliminated a member of PFN Colossians, so they were caught up against
Kill
two
steal?
teams. So Elite was there, for us was there. That's why PFN Colossians had a hard time dealing with those two teams.
Hmm.
But I think that's going to be the end for PFN Oh no, actually there's still one more
There's still
member
one,
of
yeah.
PFM Colossians. I just said Whistle TZ still left
Yeah.
for PFM Colossians right there. But for us, they are going to make their rotations. They are going to go to that logging camps.
But
Maybe hold that
wait,
building there in logging camps though. But I'm not really sure.
uh, uh, what is happening? They were having some troubles like, turning our right there, but
Mm-hmm.
here we have baby women sadistic. Just it's actually good that they ride in 2 separate cars instead of one car, because you don't want to get blown up if your whole team does get blown up there. But we do have another skirmish here
Woo!
between Mao X RSB versus Sentinel. One of the members of Mao was knocked down a while ago, but on the other side of the map right here we have Tyrant versus Bitter right here, and Tyrant crying, not really crying right now because he does have sights on Bitter here. Now we're switching it up back to Mao XRSB, still continuing their skirmish against a Sentinel. One of the members of Sentinel will be knocked down and full killed, as well as then being very low on health right there, holding onto that grenade. Maybe was trying to, throw it, but Axel here gonna try to flank in
Woo!
from the left, going actually to where the enemies are. But actually we saw their Cake was actually the one who was able to knock down then with an RPG, and now Axel going to finish off what Cake started. And now only one remaining member for Sentinel is up, as Axel will try to deploy this drone, maneuvering it outside of the doorway, trying to look for his target. Might be able to find it, or his drone might get shot down. It's a very nice touch also because Cake is actually guarding Axel right there. But right now, some sneaky action through the window, looking onto the third floor. Now we're switching it up, James. Again, a
Yes.
lot of action here.
Yes, and this is now the battle between Isfake and Elite. Earlier, we saw Isfake actually finishing off the last remaining member of PFN Colossus there in the feed. But right now, they are going to deal with Elite, the top one currently in the ranking. And Isfake is on third place right now on the scoreboard. And they want to actually overtake the score of Elite
Ooh.
right here. But won't be able to do so for Mitko right there as Vantian actually having a good scope against Elite right here, but Elite just hiding perfectly behind that vehicle. The Sixes is going to be there. Mitcon got finished off by Sixes, but Jerry is jumping. Will just try and damage Sneezy a little bit, but was able to pop that medkit off. They are going to use those healer guns, and they are going to try and shoot each other down. Diablo is going to be there at the right side, while Six is going to be at the far left. So they have nice positioning to actually deal with their opponents right now. And Isfake as well, they are spread out and they have a good vantage point to deal with Elite right in front of them. But we do need to take note, Vernice, that they are
Ooh,
taking heavy damage from that zone.
yes.
So they need to finish this battle quickly. But Tyrant, as we saw earlier, rather Isfik earlier, we saw that they had a lot of medkits. And right now, we are seeing the battle between T-Cons, rather Tyrant, and
Juggernaut.
is Juggernaut. And Juggernaut actually just taking down three members of Tyrant right here. T-Con is the only one left for their squad, as there is going to be
What?
another team in the mix. One more team going up. That's Team Bitter. They heard the fight, and now it's going to be dangerous for
Oh
Tyrant
no.
if they actually push up that hill. But right now, we are going to go back at the battle here in Bitter Lake. This is
Wow,
Fate
what a
versus
nice
Elite.
flank.
And
Such an amazing flank for Sixes. They're actually knocking someone down from is fake. D and Gok is going to be knocked out as he took the far flank. As we see Diablo here finally rushing up, taking some shots, though heavy damage on him by Isfake Jerry. Sneezy also at the back now. Jerry is going to be knocked down as well. Now one
woo!
remaining member, Vantian, is going to be the one to clutch this up. But Diablo will also be very low on health. Sneezy gonna try to healer gun him, but will be knocked out as a safe on. Sixes is also going to be down, and Bantian just lasering the members of Elite Eho right here, as he does have two kills, three,
There goes a push.
two downs. He's pushing and looking for the last remaining. Actually, Elite was able to revive, I think. Oh no, Sneezy.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, he was able to revive Jerry, but now Sixes is going to be thirsted as Diablo and Sneezy are the ones left for Elite. And now Bantian very low on health as well. I think gonna take the time behind this wall. Never mind, is going to be finished off by Diablo on his right side. He was too focused as DZ there that he got blindsided behind.
Yes. And Isfik left behind a lot of medkits here for Elite
Yeah.
teams. And that was a really good battle between these two teams, top caliber teams right here. But right now, Tyrant already picked up, T-Cons already picked up all of his teammates. Bitter, on the other hand, if they actually took the opportunity and pushed Tyrant, not knowing that they are down and out right there,
Mm.
because they had no idea unless they use a drone, unless that they use one member to scout things up, but they didn't actually do so. That's why they wasted that opportunity to take down Tyrant, who is in front of them. But you can never be better safe than sorry. As T-Cons, we all know how he can actually try and clutch up those games. He can actually go against a full team. When the Tyrant earlier, I remember back in round number two, Vernice with the RPG shots right there. And we might be seeing more of those
Wow.
explosives coming from them later on. But looking at the map right now, Vernice, what are your
Wow.
thoughts?
Um Imagine all of these players left inside the zone. We do see one teammate of number 5 crying is going to be knocked down there by I don't know who, because there's a lot of people right here. Terror as well is in the mix. Tyrant Bad will be taking shots on his vehicle by Terror here, and Terror now just trying to focus on another thing and now trying to rush up, maybe throw a smoke. Was that a smoke or I'm not sure what that was, but company here from Valiant Man is going to be bleeding down here on the hands of Mao. Axel is just right here in this house as Moku is on the other house now, but Tyrant is also in this vicinity, as well as far beyond there. Sneezy from Elite is going to, be lurking behind that, vehicle. As now Athena gonna try to take some shots onto Tyrant, but is also being very careful on the positioning that she has.
Yes, the Mao just positioning themselves at the right angle to actually spot their opponents, but not really getting spotted themselves, and being in a tight situation such as that one. They already lost one member because of the back there in Echo Valley. Right now, this is going to be a battle between a lot of teams, as we have 24 players left in the lobby. And you can see here Team Bitter just taking down a few players right there.
Parkour?
3 kills right now for T-Cons, 4 kills for the whole team of Tyrant. And the 2 members of Tyrant left. Bitter is right in front of them. Same goes with
Oh,
Terror. They might encounter Terror right here. Mao is just hiding, not really hitting their mark or not really shooting at anyone for the meantime, but they are playing it a little bit cautiously, as we see a lot of eliminations in our feed. That was by Santino, Bitter, Tyrant. They are eliminating each other left and right. And right now, we can see that the Terror has been doing it for their Squad X gate. Spaghetti. And the T-Cons here for Tyrant, of course, they want to get in on the action as well. They are going to try and shoot down members from the opposing team right here. I think that was a Bitter right there.
Bitter. But there's another member of Bitter somewhere over the rainbow, because oh, never mind. But now Santino is actually coming into this into the fray on the side there. Nayon very low on health, but now TK is going to try to burst down the vehicle that Eulogy is using, but will be shot at as well. And now Eulogy has the upper hand because he is on the high ground, going to shoot at TK Ons. TK Ons will be knocked down, but his teammates will knock down a Eulogy from Santino here, as Sad Boys will take that kill, as Spaghetti's still there, also on the floor, and TK Ons lives another day as he now finishes off Orange from Santino. And Nayon, the only member left from Santino, is going to try and avenge his teammates, but we see members of Terror here. Cowboy on the distance maybe has a shot of these teams, as Sad Boys will be taken down by Nayon at the distance, and now Nayon is very low on health. He might, Cowboy might be able to see this.
Yes,
Nayon is just looting freely.
but Nayan is now low on health right now. But
Now, not anymore.
not anymore. Was able to pop that medkit off. 10 players left in our lobby. And like we saw earlier though, Santino just shooting at their opponents, just reaping the benefits of the action between our teams right here. Now Nayon is going to be there, just maybe popping up those medkits and just waiting for the opportunity to strike. But Terror Cowboy is behind him, just waiting for
The lurk.
for Nayan to actually make a mistake. Now he is going to ride that vehicle. He has no medkits left. Nayon is aware right now, but no shots will come up. Cowboy will try and take Santino down. But Nayon was able to actually knock him down and
Would the
will
medkit
be
reach?
no.
The medkit.
I don't know. I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
For us, Enrico was killed. But
No, he got knocked down though.
Bitter shift.
He got
Nayon
knocked down earlier, and the
died.
Bitter shift was actually killed Nayon, but was knocked down or and killed himself there inside that zone or outside that safe
Yes.
zone.
His dying breath before he was eliminated, he really did try to get one more point and for his team. Very well done. And now Moku here. Two medkits. Only one kind of in the zone.
Oh, did I see that correctly? Moku actually finished off Mao,
I'm not
and
sure because
he is inside. He is really close by that zone. Elite is
um
going to be there. Four Valiant Men is going to be there, and no, actually,
no
Elite
no
is far off. Diablo
okay,
is far off from the zone.
yeah.
So the one who is near that zone, and I
It's
think
Moku.
nobody's inside that zone
Eh,
but Moku. I think
yeah.
this is going to be the game for Four Valiant Men.
What a
This might be
turnaround.
it.
While all of that was happening, he was just happily inside that house, safe and sound. Very good strategy for Moku. By chance, he's the only one left here. I think the last person that I saw was Mao was in I think Echo Valley, but already like doing the med strat. And we saw a while ago Elite also doing the med strat. So Moku is the only one here.
Yeah, and
Eh,
Vernice,
wow.
they were at the bottom of that
Yeah.
scoreboard, and
For the
they
longest time, yeah.
yeah, and unfortunately for them, they didn't get a lot of kill points here in this round. But if they
Ooh.
actually, manage to go in that zone, but Moko isn't aware that nobody's inside that zone.
Yeah.
He is
See?
he is very cautious. They are so far away, and he's the only one there, and he doesn't know that. And
I think he's gonna go in
maybe he does. Maybe he does know because
because there's no
he
other
already
choice.
scouted though. He
Yeah,
already scouted with that drone. But
yeah.
right now, this is going to be very dangerous for
He's
Moke.
going out.
He's going out. What? Oh
Oh my
no!
god.
Oh no! He's going in. He's going in. He's
Okay,
going
he
in.
went in.
He's going. Yeah. All right. All right. All right.
It- okay,
No. No.
he got
Okay.
he got a vehicle and then he went in. Very smart, just to keep it very
No.
safe. At
No.
least he has something to
That's a
hide in.
very bold move
Yeah.
from Moku. Because he doesn't have any medkits, he only has those bandages, and now he is going to scout using that drone. And
Yeah.
I believe this is going to be for Valiant Men's victory,
Wow.
unless he doesn't, or unless the zone closes in before his opponents run out of medkits.
No.
But I'm not sure. But I'm
No.
pretty sure that won't happen anytime soon. Diablo has 3 medkits left. I think one member there in Echo Valley.
No,
Um,
he's dead. He's dead.
all
There's two
right.
left.
Two
It's
players
just
left. Okay.
Moku and Diablo here.
Yeah.
But
So elite,
wow.
though. Elite.
Wow. Wow.
But
I'm
Bernice,
sorry.
elite just getting
No,
that second place victory again.
still here, and as well as Mao as well a while ago. So you see the consistency, like Elite and Mao always lasting the top three in each game. It's either they win or they're in the top placement. So they're always raking up those points just to secure consistency right here. But amazingly enough, it's a victory for four Valiant Men on game number 5.
Yes, and like what we've said earlier, Vernice, anything can happen here in our winter stage invitationals, and of course here in the grand finals. That was round number 5. What are your thoughts for that round?
Wow, that's my main thought. But there was so much action happening on the side. I think it was Santino, Bitter, Terror, Tyrant. There was a lot of happenings, near the area.
Yes.
They were all fighting outside the area, but for Valiant Man keeping his cool and doing what he has to do to secure that win.
Yes, and Vernice, that's it for round number 5. That was a great victory for Valiant Men and very much needed for them. But right now, we are going to show you the highlights as we are going to take a short break. When we come back, the last and final round for today, round number 6. So sit back, relax, and just stay tuned. And we are back here at the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Invitational. Once again, we are your casters. My name is James, together with Vernice. And, Vernice, I gotta ask you again, what are your thoughts about round number 5 earlier?
A lot of action. During the late stage, of course, because they're eventually gonna have to meet. Even though you can be as cautious as you need to be, you know, in that late stage, a very tiny circle, a lot of players just were left and right of each other. There was no flank because anyone and anyone can flank you at that point. Because I think at one point there was like what 4 or 5 teams and at like a certain area, and then four valiant men just holding things out for his team, finally getting those points that they really truly need. And once we do see the scoreboard, they might you know you know that game might have boosted them up to near the placement that we that has the prizes.
Well, they only had like 2 kills back in that round, but right now we are going to take a look at the scoreboard right now just for fun. Getting eliminated early on by PFN Colossians in round number 5. That's why they are now placed 15, followed by Rogue for Asia, then Born to Win, 4 Valiant Men, Juggernaut for us, then Terror Pro Max. But for Valiant Men, although they won round or match number 5, they are still placed 12 because, a lot of our teams here are hungry for the points. They've been killing or eliminating their opponents left and right here in this match. And these teams, they still got time to catch up because we still have one more round for today.
And another 6 more for tomorrow, because this is 12 games for the grand finals. As we see right here, the upper half of our teams now, PFN Colossus, holding on to that 8th spot. A Bitter with the 7th. 6th will be occupied by Sentinel. Santino PH with the 5th spot. Tyrant, utilizing everything they have to catch up to the 4th spot, is Fake Made, very consistent on the 3rd. Mao XRSB on the 2nd, and to Elite Ho on the 1st.
Yes.
Very close to Mao XRSB and Elite.
Yes, and last round after match number 4, their points were Elite Iho with 69 points, Mao RSP with 68. Still a 1 point difference this time around. They both each had 17 points back in match number 5 because Elite Iho actually managed to get 5 kills that round. And Mao RSP got 7. Although Elite Iho placed 2nd, Mao placed 3rd. So that's why they tied in terms of points. And there's only 1 point difference in their points for now. But we still have one more round for today, the last and final round for today, because tomorrow we'll have 6 more rounds in the grand finals. And this is going to be one hell of a match for today because this is the last and final round. 4 Valiant Men winning round number 5. Round number 6 maybe will be it. Maybe this is going to be the time that we'll be seeing a three-peat. Maybe. This might be a time for us to see a three-peat. But, we can't be too sure about that as Elite Iho, they are catching up to the scoreboard. They are playing consistently. And 4 Valiant Men might actually try and win this round as well. So we'll see what happens here in round number 6. But, Bernice, I gotta ask you, what are your expectations coming into this round?
Well, I'm expecting a very chill early game and a more intense late game, of course. As we move on to game number 6, as we are starting right now, our players are finally dropping onto Gili Island, scattering around the map, waiting for their perfect landing waiting for the perfect time to land, and they all have their comfort spots, of course. Let's just expect Team Bitter at Bitter Lake.
Yes, and nobody's actually changing their landing spots. 4 Valiant Men still landing at Echo Valley. Santino still at Windcliff. Same with Juggernaut there in Chemical Depot. Nobody changed their landing spots as of now. They landed at the same area as they did back in round number 5. And right now, actually, no. there is a contest here at the Bitter Lake because Team 11 Row for Asia changed their landing spots. I think they are now landing in Bitter Lake. They are going to go up against Bitter right here. And right now, Row for Asia, Scarlet will get that elimination. And the Bitter, I think, was caught off guard
There's only two of
by the
them, James.
landing. It's Scarlet and Harumaini.
Harumaini.
Harumaini, yes, Harumaini. Harumaini is going to be
means
there.
every
Casting
spin.
I don't know, those bullets for his squad.
Yeah.
But Rover
This
Asia has been playing a little bit dull for today's grand finals. Maybe tomorrow this will be different for them, or
mm,
maybe this round number 6, even with two players in their squad, they might be able to do something about it.
I mean, they just, eliminated one of the members of Bitter, and now we have Saitama. I think he's probably gonna hear the footsteps and the vehicle. So, uh, Rose for Asia being very aggressive right now. They are Scarlet gonna try to parkour up her way onto this building very successfully. Does so, but will tag a bit of Saitama, but then Saitama's running too fast, parkouring too fast out the door, in the window, again on the vehicle, and now Saitama just on the run, trying his best to evade the shots that Scarlet is giving, and now Saitama's just out. He's out. He
He
went out.
skedaddled his way out, and I gotta say, Vernice,
Wow.
that was a smooth parkour coming from these two players, Scarlet and Saitama.
Okay, Scarlet with
Saitama
the
just,
RPG.
Scarlet just went up went up the second floor like it was nothing,
Yeah.
very very easily. Like he's been doing it for a long time now. And Saitama, if he actually makes a mistake in the spot that he is going to jump to, he will get caught up by Scarlet right there. But right now, Row for Asia, they want to play aggressively. They are going to try and eliminate their opponents left and right. Because earlier, back in the last 5 rounds, they always landed in research weakness, Row for Asia. But right now, they've successfully eliminated 2 members of Bitter. Because they got Bitter. Oh God! Ooh, nobody got caught by the RPG. But they actually managed to damage Saitama right there. But Scarlet, right now, with that RPG, he still has a bullet left here. He is going to use that against his opponent. But Bitter Shift just holding an angle right here in that staircase, and actually spotted someone's foot right there as Saitama. Going to Scarlet is going to be there. Shift is actually going to get taken down as Row for Asia will finish off Bitter. And
James,
Bernice,
two members of
yes,
Rose for Asia just guarding all the points for their team, clutching it up. Maybe, their teammates are, have busy lives or maybe having internet problems. But right now, Harumini and Scarlet just getting all the points, eliminating Bitter. And
mhm.
wow, what an RPG.
Yes, and Bernice, maybe that's the play that Rule for Asia needs to be making often, because
Yeah.
back in the past 5 rounds, they've been playing a little bit passively. They always waited for that zone to close in before rotating themselves, and maybe playing aggressively is really their play style. That's why they managed to eliminate Bitter, who was always landing in Berlin, just catching someone off guard. But Mao RSB taking down the members of Sentinel right here, as Mao will lose one member right here. Sentinel Zeref, the only one left, as Mao will actually get eliminated right here. No, not actually finished off. I think.
I think
Did
it's
they?
a finish.
Is it finished?
I think it's a
But
finish.
Sentinel, so no more 3
Mao is out.
No more 3-beat. no
No,
more
no more
3-beat
3-beat.
then. But
Uh,
Sentinel though. Maybe this
Sentinel.
is going to be Sentinel's game. Maybe this will be the second win for today.
Yeah. They denied you of your 3-peat, James. But there's still 6 more games for tomorrow. So who knows? Maybe there is gonna be a 3-peat. But right here we have 4 Valiant Men, the previous winners of game number 5. holding this three-story building at the Three Kings Below Nasal Factory, they are facing terror. I what? What was that?
Yeah.
But now Spaghetti uh, uh has an angle, but none of them are actually taking shots. They're all just leaning. Now I'm leaning. Oh my goodness.
And four valiant men is going to face their terrors right here. As they are just going to hold that specific. Actually, both of them are holding this specific angle. Nobody needs to make a move just yet because
Yeah.
they are inside the zone. Maybe
Mm.
the play for them right now is to actually wait for that zone to close in, and when it lands in in an unfavorable spot for them, maybe that's the time for them to rotate. But right now, they are inside of that zone, and whoever makes the first move might actually lose this one because
Yeah.
both of them are just holding specific angles here in their specific buildings.
Um, there's like pros and cons on both teams because Terror does have multiple angles, but they are down one member, so Xgate is out, and for Valiant Men, they're still together. Though it's scary to be together, it's also reassuring because if someone gets knocked down, they can res really quickly. Unlike with Terror, that they're in separate buildings, once they're knocked down, they're just gonna wait there for a bit until their teammate comes and gets them. But there's also probability that you get thrown a grenade and like two of you go down, and that's the moment for Terror to push in. This is very tricky, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's
But
pros and cons on
mhm,
both positions.
yes, but Vernice,
Mm.
um, back then in the qualifiers or in the finals, I've seen how four valiant men play. This isn't really their play style though, because they usually play really really aggressive. That's why they can win games. Maybe they need to change up
Right?
their styles
You
right
know,
now. But PFN Colossus versus Just for Fun once again. PFN just taking someone down with them, but going down themselves as well. Now there is going to be only one member left for
Bash,
PFN Colossus. Is this going to be the
run!
redemption arc of Just for Fun, as they will try and take down PFN right here? They are going in for that hunt, and this
The
is
hunt
the revenge.
begins.
This is the revenge that Just for Fun is looking for. They want to take down PF and Colossians. You managed to take us down for what, like 3 rounds. Now we're going to take you down this round. This is
They're
classic
near.
fire round. And
They're
better
near.
luck tomorrow. We're going to have another fight
He's
tomorrow. Bash
spotted.
got spotted. And you can see here, they're just
Oh no!
bumping those cars and pushing PF and Colossians. They are hungry to take him down right there, and successfully did so just for fun.
The revenge. The revenge from last game. Last game, you guys, PFN eliminated Just for Fun, and now Just for Fun, you
They
know,
were successful.
yeah,
Successful in that revenge.
these two teams, the rivalry, wow, it's almost every game they eliminate each other, and by some chance, like it's somewhat how kind of alternating. It's very impressive though how this rivalry is still going on. We'll see tomorrow if this rivalry will continue. But right here, just for fun, 4 kills on the board.
Yes, and maybe for tomorrow, teams might just switch it up. But for now, just for fun is on a roll. Terror and Four Valiant Men are still at a stalemate against one another right here. Nobody is making their move. And like what I said earlier, Vernice, whoever makes the first move here might actually lose this fight against their opposing team. Because, both of them are holding different angles, but Terran has two angles covered here with Spaghetti holding behind that building, and the Four Valiant Men has the advantage in terms of numbers, but for holding the angles, Terror has more angles and more space to
Mm.
actually move around and deal with their opponents in front of them.
But they do have that this, but it is pretty distant from each other. So if you need backup, it's kind of scary as well. If you get down, it's gonna take time before they can up you. But right now, Sentinel, 4 kills on the board. They eliminated Mao a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
So very interesting to see on what's gonna happen because we haven't really seen Elite right so far.
Mm-hmm.
So they do have like Elite and Mao only have 1 point difference,
Yes. Well,
and
Elite
it's
is playing a little bit passive right now as
mm,
we are still seeing both of these teams just trying to scope each other out. They're not really moving right now. Terror and For Valiant Man. I think we need to leave them alone for now. Maybe they're shy. They're camera shy. They don't want to
yeah,
show
camera
themselves just
shy.
yet
Yeah.
here in front of us. But right now
Well,
we
now
are
we're
in battle
switching it.
between. Ooh, is this just for fun and is fake right now? And they are going to shoot each other down. Is fake having the advantage in terms of numbers because they already took two people down from the opposing team. Uh, yeah, I
What?
know. Yeah, they have 2 kills on the board currently. So 4 players from Isfake still left, and they did manage to eliminate their opponents right there very quickly, and they
The
didn't even
question
get the chance
is
to see
though,
them though.
where are the other members of Just for Fun?
Maybe they
Are
were
hiding
into
for fun?
separate vehicles, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And then they like the other members just like went away to the other direction when
Mm-hmm.
that those vehicles exploded. But right now Jerry seems like he's moving into the safe zone or just hunting. They car party.
Yeah, they all have the same cars, and
Wow.
the camera shy group is still here. Nobody will move unless that zone pushes them out. And because there is a crate in front and near for Valiant Men, they are kind of they want to go pick that up, maybe make a bold move and actually try and pick that crate up. But for Valiant Men, I think is thinking that, is it really safe to go out and pick up that crate because someone is holding an angle against us? Maybe this
Mm,
isn't the time for us to actually push out. We don't have any vehicles currently that we can use to actually rush in and get that crate. But they might actually use that crate as bait as well. They can actually get one member out. Maybe that member will get spotted, get shot down, and while doing so, spots a member of a
oh,
terror just peeking that angle. But is fake right now is going to try and deal with just for fun. But is fake midcorn got taken down. Jerry will take down Chocho and finish him off really quickly as just for fun only has one member left in their squad.
now the question is where again. But
I'm not
just
really
for
sure where they're played over Nice. They are really
I
separated.
where is there wait, there is, right? Oh, very far. But yeah, I think
Yeah.
maybe that was their insurance player. Well, they are
Yeah.
now insured.
Yeah, they want to score as much points as possible because they know that tomorrow will be another day. They can actually catch up in terms of points, even if they manage to gain some points here in this round. And they did actually do so by taking WFM Collisions, but they got taken down themselves by a top-notch team as well, which is Isfake, the third placer currently in the scoreboard. And still the battle between these two teams not really moving right now, but someone might go into the mix as Santino PH is going to encounter Juggernaut right there at Mass Out Factory. There is going to be another battle as we have another team, actually team number 5 for us is going to go up against Tyrant here, above logging camps and thermal power. And this is going to be one hell of a battle between these teams. They are just going to try and scout each other out. For us, just holding that angle on top of that hill while Baby Wim is just below, just trying to flank, hear the footsteps right now and recoil. just using that vehicle to maybe rotate to another side. Pecons successfully just disengaging from that building because he knows that his position is now
He's
compromised.
rushing.
He's rushing. Maybe he's rushing in. Maybe he wants to push their opponents. Maybe Tyrant. No, yeah, Tyrant. Tyrant is rushing. Tyrant is pushing.
But okay, the thing is, for us already rushed them behind, but now Danzo is going to be knocked down, and that's one kill for Tyrant. But it for us is separated right now. And
Maybe that's why.
oh, they moved, James. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Okay, so
Terror. No,
for
no, 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 no. No, he went back. Terror went
Oh,
back. He went back. So he decided it's not a good idea right now to actually push in. And
not yet,
going
I
back.
guess.
Now's not the time to actually push in. We can wait a little bit more. But earlier, Vernice, like what I was saying, for us, the presence of mind coming from Tyrant,
Mm.
they saw that for us, rushed using that vehicle to go out. Then Baby Wim was just there below him. Then Tyrant knew that for us was separated right there.
Mm.
They took the advantage into picking off the members that were left in a specific spot.
Mm.
So that's why they actually managed to take down a few members of of rather for us right there. And good presence of mind coming from Tyrant and a great strategy coming from them.
Yes. And now, as we see, for Valiant Men has the multiple angle advantage on Terror over there,
Terror.
but right here, Juggernaut just eyeing Santino at the distance. Yes, our teams are very cautious. They're playing very safe right now, but we do see a kill on the board as Tyrant actually goes in to kill another member of For Us. As I think there's only two members left of For Us, so they're not for anymore.
Mhm.
They're to us.
Yes, and
Yes.
yes, and the elite, you can see them just tagging someone from Born to Win. They don't have any kills on the board right now, but they want to go against Born to Win right here. And we've seen Born to Win eliminate elite before. I think that
Mm.
was back then in the semifinals or somewhere else. But elite, we've seen them perform here in the grand finals. They are placed first, and because Mao RSB got eliminated very early on in this match, I'm pretty sure they're going to hold this top spot unless Is Fake takes this victory and
Yes.
gets maximum kill points.
It's still possible because right now I think Elite has 3 kills. At least from what I remember, they eliminated some members of just for fun.
Mhm.
And now, actually, Elite and Isfake might encounter each other here as Isfake is trying to rotate in and Elite is holding this sewer like drainage area.
Yes, and this is not the first time that they are going to see each other here in
Right.
the grand finals. And Elite is just holding this canal. Not really moving right now because they are inside that zone. They don't want to get pushed out right now. But El Sentinel actually taking down players from Santino. And because of the rush, because of their aggression, Santino is now at a disadvantage as Santino only has LUG left here for their
Seraph?
squad. And
Eulogy?
is that how you read it? Eulogy or elegy or
Elegy?
Elwegi? I don't know.
Please correct us if ever we get your name wrong. Just a bit.
Because it's I read it as elegy though.
Elegy.
So,
Right, because
yeah.
the U is not you okay.
Yeah, yeah. But
Elegy.
elegy is just
He's
holding.
in the vehicle.
Is in the vehicle, just making
Will he
sure
pop?
he doesn't get
Oh.
spotted though. But Iswake is going to be there at the distance as well. And you can actually see him if you peek
You know.
peek in
Well,
the window.
if
If you peek through that window, you can actually
Yeah.
spot your opponent. But
No,
Right now,
but
we are seeing is fake Vantian actually take down Enrico. Sadistic is going to hide behind that rock. Vantian as well. This is going to be a rocky battle. A rocky start here for these two teams as they are going to hide behind those rocks and actually take their opponents down. Row for Asia is going to be there at a distance. Scarlet is low on health. Jerry will go in to actually support his teammate and provide cover for
safe
Vantian.
zone.
But right now, Row for Asia is actually battling against one team right here. I think
No, no, no.
Harumaini. No, Harumaini is picking up his
Uh,
teammate's kill.
Scarlet was knocked by the safe zone.
Oh.
So I think the med kit that maybe she was trying to use was didn't make it, but we still see, even though they're not inside the season anymore, four valiant men and Terror still at it with each other as we see right now. Vantian laying some shots on Hermione, and Scarlet will be knocked outside of the safe zone yet again. And now we do see a lot of kills going down on the board. Tyrant and Juggernaut doing the work for their team, but Hermione is going to be receiving fire here as Vantian actually is receiving some shots. I believe might be from Sentinel or Elite, but now Hermione I think was already eliminated by one of the members of Ispake, and now our members are our teams are fated to meet now because the zone is closing in and there are 25 players remaining in this game.
Yes, and
Trying
Tyrant
revive.
already has 5 kills on the board right now. Juggernaut is going to be aggressive as well. They actually managed to take down people, I think, from Elite, if, or Terror, or Tyrant. I'm not really sure,
There's
because
a
it
lot of
was only
things.
in the feed. There were a lot of teams right there, but Born to Win is going to be in front of Tyrant right here, as well as Juggernaut. Is that Born to Win or only Juggernaut? Yeah, BTW and Juggernaut.
Yeah.
So Juggernaut right in front of them, Born to Win at the left side. So T-Cons is going to play, I think, play behind.
Mm.
He is going to play behind, going to play at the edge of that. So maybe loot up those bodies. And what Bad
Ooh.
has 25 medkits on this inventory.
That's why crying does not have any. But yes,
Ye- mm,
there's a lot of like a group of teams here at like the southeast side, southwest side, but we do see some shots coming from everywhere actually, as we see right here on our left side of the screen. Juggernaut having a skirmish with Tyrant as a Born to Win is just looking on here, and now I think this player is going to rotate because he is all alone, but there are some kills on the fade as we see Juggernaut actually dominating right now because I still see them moving on our right side of the screen with the map. But now Juggernaut just driving around with this pretty bright vehicle.
mhm. And they do want to just hold an angle later on to deal with their opponents inside that zone. They are going to play out. They are going to play at the edge and maybe wait for that zone to close in. Although they already lost one member here, Juggernauts already has 4 kills. There are 3 players left for their squad, and the Berserker is just right there beside them. Elite is inside that zone, just waiting for them in the canal area.
Mm.
Um,
I don't think
and
they're aware that Berserker is there.
And
Oh
oh no,
no!
this
Oh
is going to be
no!
hard. This is going to be dangerous for Juggernaut
Bitcoin!
as he's going to try a Midcon from a distance as Midcon will get
Berserker?
knocked down. And Haji-san, I don't, I
Haji-san?
don't, I don't know if or
Haji-san?
this Haji-Sam,
Ha-
this Sam.
Haji-san. Okay.
Yes,
Sentinel is also right there, but I don't. Berserker didn't shoot.
maybe he doesn't want to get spotted just yet. Knowing that Juggernaut has 3 members left in their squad, maybe he's waiting for the right opportunity to do so. That's his trigger
Oh,
discipline, waiting for
Sentinel
his opponents to actually make a mistake, though. And Sentinel Exort will knock down Haji Sam.
can
As we
kill.
are watching Exort right here, Elite is a full squad still. Looking really good in this match, playing consistently. Although they only have 2 kills on the board, not really aiming for those kill points, but actually um, going in for that placement. For the placement points. And they are
Berserker.
just going to hold this area here in this safe zone. Looking
Berserker
really good
does
here for Elite.
retire. in the zone. RPG goes out from Zaire, will be shot down as he is running. Wow, laser vision from Elite there. As Elite just holds this zone, like you said, James.
Mm-hmm.
And now a Juggernaut will try to get inside the zone, but will be shot down yet again. Oh my goodness.
And Elite, they have 4 kills right now. They are just waiting for their opponents to close in. Being in a full squad with that uh, open of an area, the only thing that can knock you down is probably an MGL or a RPG that can shoot down, just go up or jump up a card and shoot that canal area. And you can actually knock down maybe 2 or 3 members from Elite right there. And but unfortunately, that's not going
Just
to
for
happen right
fun.
now. Just for fun, Carlos just trying to heal up 7 medkits for him. Not really popping it right now. Making sure the timing is right for him to pop those medkits. And maybe after popping those medkits, might decide to go inside that zone. But right now, it's not really looking good for him. He only has 6 medkits left in his inventory. 7 players left in the game. 4 from Elite, 1 from Sentinel,
Sentinel,
1 from
just for
what do you call
fun.
this? Just for fun. And there's 1 more member.
Unknown. We don't know.
Yes. And Sentinel has 10 kills.
Exhort here. I think he's trying to also bait the enemies. What?
Mhm.
Okay, this is the gun that he needs to use. Trust has this MGL, just trying to poke at Exhort,
Mhm.
but I think he's just trying to clear the trees and everything so that there's no one there.
Mhm. To make sure that no one's there, that is correct. And just for fun, trying to go in, will try and knock someone down and
He does!
successfully did so, but not be actually finishing him off. And
Nice try
like what I
though.
said earlier, though, Vernice, Elite is just going to hold this spot with the full squad. They've been here for like 3 save zones now. Not really doing much, just looted up. Going in, Exhort will try and take his chances right now. Of course, he wants to max out his kill points. They already have 10 kills on the board. They want to use that vehicle as an advantage. Maybe he can actually run in and use that vehicle as an advantage, but
Firecracker.
Diablo will actually throw that firecracker to try and maybe throw his opponent off guard. Exhort
Doesn't
is
connect.
going to be there. 6 players left in the game, and I think the 1 player left is from uh, just for fun or Tyrant.
Tyrant!
Bad, yeah, the one with the 25 medkits earlier. Looking good for Tyrant right here. Exhort will get finished off,
Ooh.
and that's going to be it. Elite will be winning their second victory here in our first day of the grand finals.
See, bad, just using it all up.
Mm-hmm.
All that 12 medkits up.
Yep. And yeah, that is going to be it. Elite getting 6 kills on the board. I'm pretty sure they're going to hold the first spot. Because Mao RSP got eliminated earlier on. I think that was
Ah,
against Sentinel. They were against Sentinel earlier. Uh, Elite right now proving their dominance here in round number 6, making sure they get that victory and eliminate their opponents really, really quickly when doing so. And bad Tyrant, valiant effort for them. But they got a few kills on the board and they've managed to place second place in this round. And that will be a huge thing for Tyrant as well. And Vernice, earlier we saw just for fun getting that revenge against BFM Collections.
it was a bit satisfying to see, but also I would like to point out how we keep saying that consistency is key, and Elite is giving as that, exactly that consistency.
Mhm.
And
And
I think
mm,
it's a great thing that they do have the consistency, because they now just widen the gap between them and Mao XRSP.
yes, and because of the consistency of our teams, we'll find out what their scores will be after we take our short break. When we come back, the scoreboard will show you the highlights in just a bit. So sit back, relax, and just stay tuned. And we are back here, the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Winter Invitational. Once again, we are your casters. My name is James, together with Vernice. And, after 6 rounds of grueling and awesome action coming from our teams, we're now going to, see the results of their actions. But before that, Vernice, what are your thoughts about all 6 rounds for today?
Um, Main thing is that our teams are very careful towards the beginning. It does become a very intense, action-filled, and explosive towards the late game, and during the final stages of the circle. There was a lot of skirmishes, battles, fights everywhere, and gunshots everywhere. Every kind of gunshot, actually. From RPGs, MGLs, even I think a grenade launcher, G
Mm-hmm.
launcher. Yeah.
Yes, and these teams are battling it out neck and neck against one another. But like we said earlier, Vernice, all you need to do is be consistent in the game. Of course, our team still have 6 more rounds to play tomorrow because this is a 2-day grand finals. But before that, let's actually take a look at our scoreboard as it will be flashed in just a bit. There you go.
There
This
you
is the
go.
results after 6 rounds of awesome action here in the first day of our grand finals for Nice.
Yes, of course. And at the 15th spot, just for fun, holding on to it. 14th will go for Rules for Asia. Born to Win will clutch it out to get the 13th. For Valiant Men with the 12. For Us on the 11th. Juggernaut on the 10th. And PFN Colossians on the 9th.
Yes, and as you can see the score right here, 15 to 19 and 15 to 9. No one is trailing too far behind
Mm.
against one another. So just for fun can actually catch up later to the rankings if or tomorrow to the rankings if they actually do well tomorrow. But we will now proceed to the upper half of the bracket of our scoreboard right now as we have Team Bitter holding on to the 8th spot, followed by Terra Pro Max. Santino PH is fake main, and Sentinel with that wonderful performance last match scoring 20 points. But now
Top three?
we have the top 3 for today's first day of the grand finals, which will be flashed right now. Tyrant actually overtaking everyone right here, gaining 70 points or scoring
Wow.
78 points after round number 6 because back in match number 6 they had 18 points, and followed by Mao RSP with 86 points, although they got eliminated early, scoring only 1 point right there. Then Elite Iho scoring consistently, as you can see here, match 1 to 6. Although in match number 2 they got eliminated very very early, they only scored 2 points right there, but they have a total of 107 points.
It's still possible though for all a lot of our teams to catch up and beat Elite Eho off of the top prize, because everyone wants a chunk of that prize pool that we have. It's
And
it's 15,000 USD. That's 15,000 USD.
that's a lot, and you can actually do a lot with the prize pool right now. But let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. It will be the day 2 of the grand finals. All matches will be played in the Gili Island. Still, of course, it's the El Clasico map of Rules of Survival, and this is going to be one awesome action-packed fight between our teams.
And tomorrow will be another 6 games, and same time, same place. We're starting at 1 p.m. 1300 GMT plus 8, and so on and so forth. So guys, you need to come back here tomorrow because the action is going to start tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Yes, but that's going to be it for us for today. Once again, we are your casters, James, followed together with Vernice and Nikki, as we are going to pass on the floor to our lovely host, Renee. Take it away.
Thank you guys. Thank you for today's casting. Well, to be honest, it has been such a wonderful day, and I'm sure all the audience enjoyed today's battle so much. Their strategies, agility, and intuition reflexes surprised us time after time, and I personally had a fun time too. At the end, we would like to say thank you to all our partners again. Thanks to our official payment partner Unipin and Video, EGG Network, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. Special thanks to our local live stream partner InfoVid, qualified partner TNC Event. Tomorrow we'll have the final stage and you don't want to miss it. We'll see you back here at 1 p.m. tomorrow. See ya and have a nice day, everybody.